athletes. However,
Yeah, that's
yeah. So
no. Yeah, well, I did put that, and then I said, then I went to my generic. It's like we will meet the athletes, but I'm not going to end like that because hopefully you'll forget in your brain.
Okay, so we just need to tell them that as we get to just before we start, we want everyone out.
Yes, that's probably an
We need
Anthony.
to do that.
Yeah. Oh, Peter, you might know about this mic. Should I turn it off and finish now?
Cordless power, made by STIHL. 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 Cordless power, made by STIHL.
Good morning and welcome to the QMU Showgrounds, where we are bringing you the 2022 STIHL Timbersports National Championships. And while in this day and age, how brilliant is it that we can even bring you this event? I have to say, well, I'm joined by our expert commentator and the guru of the sport, Philip Roipaha. It's good, isn't it, that we can hold this event, and what's at stake for these athletes today?
Yeah, thanks, Christina. It's really good that we can run this event, and this is still Timbersports, so we have a full field of the rookies, women's and men's open competition and all of the great disciplines that make this such a great sport worldwide. New Zealand arguably the best at this, the Aussies do debate that, but hey, we've got a great day coming up.
I mean, we do have a fantastic history in this sport, but can you tell us a little bit about the sport, the origins, why we're even here today having so many good athletes doing it?
Well, if you can look back, it's a heritage sport, and before Andreas Stihl invented the chainsaw in 1926, of course, all of this lumber that was being cleared from all of these countries in North America, Australasia, and in Europe to build factories and farms and everything else, they had to be cut down by manual tools. axes and saws. So as you can imagine, there's always two guys or two girls who think that they're going to be quicker than the other, so the race is on. So from 100 or probably up to 200 years ago, it's been building up to a sport which today is still timber sports.
A bit of a bravado sport, the quickest, the fastest. Where does still timber sports come into it? Because there's so much modern technology, isn't there, that in the scope of felling trees and the likes?
It is, and I think what was seen is they wanted to put this sport on a worldwide stage, and it's a great sport to watch. It's all action, it's very fast, and of course we were building chainsaws from 1926 onwards, so we thought we'd bring the sport up, make it into a sport that suits a television audience as much as anything else, and put it on display with a world championship and national championships. And so we have the traditional saws and the axes, but we also bring in chainsaws, and hey, even the dragster equivalent of a chainsaw, which are the hot saws.
I can tell you, it's an extreme sport, they describe it, and it's one because it's so good to watch for the audience, and there won't be a crowd here today, unfortunately, but you guys all get to watch it, which is fantastic. Well, let's get into the action, let's meet our athletes, and I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic day of competition.
It is absolutely going to be brilliant. But unfortunately, we were delivered some very sad news from Europe overnight, and that was that one of the greats of the sport, the champion of the Czech Republic, Martin Kormorek, has passed away Thursday Europe time. Now, the reason we bring that up, Martin was a top competitor in still timber sports on an international stage. Certainly he'd been on the podium in the World Championships as late as last year. But probably for more of those in New Zealand, he was a regular visitor here, especially on the stage in Kumu, where he performed exceptionally well over many years and made many, many friends in New Zealand amongst the wood chopping community, amongst many others as well. He even made one of the trophies we have here for the International. As far as late as 2020, when we had that emergency competition here where everyone was running for planes because of the start of the COVID situation, Martin ran all of the events in the morning and still won the entire event. So he is really going to be missed around the world, in the Czech Republic, and certainly here in New Zealand. And we would like to take a moment's silence to remember Martin. Thank you, and thanks everyone. If we can clear the stage, we'll get ready to start the ladies' competition. So coming up for you next, to try and get out of that moment, let's get some eventing underway, and we will start with the ladies' championship. So if we can just stand by, and we'll be on screen with you shortly. Okay, all right.
Just let us know and I'll just give it a quick trim there.
Hopefully one of these blocks with a machine. Yep. Do you need to take that end off now? We're not. Oh, when you're ready. We're not on here now, are we?
I think we still are, yeah. Yep.
Okay. We do need to trim that block up when we're warming the saws up. Okay. So there's going to be a little bit of that during the day.
Yep. Go ahead.
We'll do some of this now. Yep. Okay. You'll find during the day we knock some of this place up. Just trimming it up, and then we're going to bring the ladies out.
We're struggling with nothing on here, so can we get these ladies ready to bring them out as soon as possible?
And using this. Yep. at the end of the day.
We're going to get the ladies out. Let's bring the ladies out.
Now they won't be able to hear me. That's why all this is red now. So I just need them in here where they can hear me.
Ladies, come up.
I don't need to be on screen for this. Do I? I think you could be. Well, I'm just trying to make it because I haven't got the speakers now. Okay.
So here you go first, Darcel. He'll just call.
Okay, this order. Darcel, Cherie, Kylie, Alma, Karen, Emma, Riddell, Matt, and Emma Shaw. Can you remember that order?
I mean, if you're in the middle there, calling them out.
I need to sort of be on the side so I don't block them either.
And keep your mic here, not right up your mouth.
Okay, there. Just used to the other ones, you have to be right on them, eh?
Yes, we're ready on your cue. We're just waiting on a competitor, Phil, and then we're underway. You wanted to say that on camera?
Okay, here we go. First event of the day. We have the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Women's Championship. Let's get our competitors up on the stage so we can meet them. And first up I have Darcel Apalu from Tauranga. She has been a former STIHL Timbersports Women's Champion. Next up, Cherie Taylor. She says 38 years experience. Very experienced competitor. And of course, you're from Te Aroha. Kylie Heaton from Hamilton. Now, Kylie's been on very good form, also a winner of this competition in the past and in very good form in Rotorua, where I've been working just recently. Alma Wallace from Otaki. Very seasoned competitor, has tried to retire a couple of times, and guess what? She's back on the stage. Karen Corbin from Riverton. Okay, opening the account for the South Islanders. Good to see. Great to have you back, Karen. Emma Riddell from Nelson, just to keep that southern feel. And Emma is a criminal defence lawyer. It really is a sport that suits absolutely everyone. So if you want to take the sport up, go and see these people. They can get you into it. Natalie Pedersen from Wyndham. Actually, the South Island's starting to look really strong, isn't it? It's a really good even match. And also from the South Island, last but not least, in very good form when we ran this competition last year, Emma Shaw from Canterbury. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are our competitors for the ladies. We'll ask them to go and get ready, and we'll be back in with our first event, which will be the stock saw.
Take it back.
Do we do this before they warm up or after they warm
Well,
up?
it depends on what these guys need to fill with content, really. So if we're just ready to go, when they want us to hit the live, we can just go for it.
can get onto that one there, is that right?
Yeah, yeah. It's the side, yeah, yeah, yeah. Who's picking up the saw?
This is the problem with these things.
You want an athlete or you want...
No, it's all right.
We're ready here, yeah.
Is that out of shot? See it?
Take the pass it in.
Just whip out a read off, that's all. Just dump it down some of the ball around. That shot? We'll be with the saw, won't it? But if we put the saw
They're ready to go,
right
yeah.
there.
Good to go, good to go. You good to go?
Okay. You're going to cue me, eh? Righto, the first event, and this will be in all of the competitions, this is the stock saw. Now the reason we have a chainsaw event is because with Timbersports, Mr. STIHL invented the chainsaw in 1926, so we needed something to take over from traditional axes and saws, so why not go and race these things? Now it's going to be very, very quick competition. We've got the block here, we've got the chainsaw. The chainsaw is a STIHL MS661. Now that's a 91.2cc saw, so it's one of the biggest saws in the range, and it really is the king of the forest in New Zealand. The majority of trees that are cut down in New Zealand for export are either cut down by one of these or its younger brother, the MS500i. But of course, if you're watching out there and you want a really decent farm or firewood saw, don't hesitate, these will do the job for you as well. But really, really a great saw.
Tell us though, for the ladies comp, there's a few of the favourites in this competition where this is their favourite event, am I right?
Yes, there are, although it's taken a little bit of time because most of them are traditional with axes and saws. So I think a lot of them treat it with a little bit of trepidation. I think with this, it's probably more that they have to make 2 cuts out of this block, and they've only got about 100 mils with which to make those 2 cuts. And the trick we want to watch for those that are out there watching is you'll see the saw go down through the first cut. The saw's idling on the ground. Let's start right at the start. It's idling on the ground. They pick it up, pull the trigger at full speed and make the first cut downwards. Now that's reasonably, sounds straightforward, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know. It's a transition at the bottom, isn't it, that they've got to watch for? They're coming to back up, is it? Am I right?
You're absolutely right. So when they come out of the bottom of the log, they have to come back up. Now they've got to make sure that they cut away from the cut they've just done, because if that's not a full round disc that comes off, they're going to be disqualified. But they also have to stay within the bounds of that 100mm limit.
And obviously in the ladies' comp, a disqualification could be quite costly for the fact that there's 3 events, right?
It is, and if I quote my good friend in the competition, Kyle Lemon, he'll tell you that this is an extremely difficult event to win, but it's really easy to lose, and so there's always a lot of pressure on it. Only takes probably about 15 seconds to get through the work. And for out there, other than looking at that transition, listen to the how the saw is going, whether it's loading up in the cut or whether it's running too freely, to make sure they're making the most out of the power available.
Brilliant. Well, it's said to be an epic event, and it's just about to get underway.
It is, very soon. We'll get the saws warmed up, that'll be the first bit we do, and then we're racing.
We still need you guys to keep chatting about just anything.
Okay.
Copy.
All right, talk us through the stock saw first up. Who should we be watching for in this lineup? Because there's some very good talent, but there's also some new talent and some fresh faces, isn't there?
There is, so as when we introduced them, if you looked at Darcel and Cherie and Kylie and Alma, certainly very experienced. Some of the South Island competitors we haven't had a lot of chance to look at up here, and so it could be quite interesting to see how they're going to go. Certainly Kylie Heaton been very strong in this, and I'm expecting Alma Wallace also to be very good at it.
How important is competition time in this sport? Because, I mean, I'm sure, you know, back home you can train, but there's probably nothing quite like being on this stage when you're next to the fellow competitor. You know that your rhythm might be different, a bit different in these quicker events, but especially in some of the longer events. When you've kind of got that rhythm and that cadence, can you talk us through what sort of the lack of competition time could affect their performance?
I think it's like everything. The longer you get to practice something, and say the more cuts you make or the more blocks you chop, the better you get. And certainly having competition gives you something to pace yourself against, so you know what it's going to be like, you know, when the pressure is on. And a lot of it is about pressure, because particularly, say, in the stock saw event, that pressure is that you know that it's going to have to be done very quickly, and it's very easy to get it wrong on what seems to be quite a simple discipline. So, like everything else in life, practice always makes perfect.
In contrast to the other events that they've got, where does this one sit? Is it something that they might find necessarily easier than, say, the underhand, or is it does it depend on the athlete?
It's certainly physically easier because, of course, the beauty of a chainsaw is it's actually doing the work for you. It really comes down to pressure on this one. On the other events, it comes down to being able to pace yourself through the discipline so that you don't use up all your gas, say, on the first side of the log when you're chopping and then don't have anything left on the other side. So certainly stock saw a little bit better physically. It's always a good one to have before they get into something that requires a lot of aerobic effort, such as the single saws. So quite often this will be run where we'll actually position the stock saw where it actually suits to make it a little bit easier.
In terms of the competition throughout the day, obviously it's the best of over the 3 events. Are there tactics? Do they just have to go to each event? And do they also perhaps run it? Is it easy to run out of gas when you've got event straight after each other?
We've actually got the nub of still Timbersports, because in most of the club events that people would be familiar with A&B shows and other events, is that you can win a single discipline, and so some don't actually enter in some of them. The beauty of Timbersports is you have to be able to do them all. And in this case, for the women, they have 3 disciplines, the rookies they have 4, and there's 6 for the men. But it's no use having a weak discipline because it's going to cut your score down, and some of the disciplines, particularly in the men's competition on hot saw and springboard, have more points attached to them as they go through them. So they've actually got to be able to pace them through the whole day. There is no down event. There will be disciplines that they don't like so much as they like other ones, but they've got to make sure they do them all. I mean, if you look at Jason Wynyard, who's probably he is the most successful athlete in the sport from any country anywhere in the world ever.
And he's later today,
He is later today, and we know that he doesn't necessarily like the springboard, but he has to really make sure he does a good job of it to back up the other disciplines that he's done very well during the day.
What does the stock sword test in particular in terms of, it's obviously not endurance, but is it precision? Is it, what sort of skills is it bringing out in these athletes?
There's a little bit of knowing how a motor works and being able to listen and feel what a motor's doing, so you don't have it. You want to have it so you got the perfect loading on it as you're pushing it through. The chain will drag you through to a degree, but you need to make sure you got the right weight on it. If you put too much weight on it, the saw will bog down. If you don't put enough, the saw will be revving too high, but it won't be cutting enough wood. So a lot of it's in the top 6 inches for this. It's actually guiding it through and using all your sensibilities to make sure you use it as efficiently as possible.
So a little bit of patience maybe as well, because if you attack it too fast, you could go quite horribly wrong.
Yes, it can, and as I said, Kyle Lemon says, really hard event to win, really easy to lose, and it can be lost in a fraction of a second.
Is it common at these events to see that? I mean, I hate to say it, I don't want to jinx any of the athletes we've got about to go for it, but is it common to see them slip away?
It happens. It happens because they're trying to do it so quickly too, because you're talking tenths of a second is going to be the make or break for getting the most points in the discipline. Right, these guys are going to start warming up these saws so we can get underway for the first event, so we'll have to get out of their way for a little bit, so we'll let them go to it.
Plenty of drama coming up.
There is.
Cordless power, made by STIHL.
Well, down here at the QMU Showgrounds, it's a beautiful morning and our competitors are just about to get underway, but I've got the pleasure of being joined by STIHL Apelu, who's been talked about hotly here this morning because she's a fierce competitor, so I hear. How are you feeling ahead of the comp?
Pretty good, pretty good. I think all the preparation's pretty much all done, so we just have to get into it.
There hasn't been too much competition, so I hear. So how's the training been? What does it look like for you?
Training's been really good, just trying to be consistent and just trying to make progress. But yeah, there hasn't been a lot of competitions. I've only had one major comp before here, so just trying to get all that training in as much as possible.
I hear your favourite event's the single saw, am I right? How are you feeling ahead of the stock saw?
Stock saw is one of those events that can win and lose. Last year I didn't have such a great outcome, got disqualified, so as long as I can do a good cut this year, I'll be happy.
Is it hard to adjust your mindset before it to sort of have that patience, I guess, with the saw as you head into it?
Absolutely. There's so many things that can go wrong, so it's just trying to mitigate that as best as possible. But once one event's done, you kind of just have to forget it and move on to the next one without having to focus too much on, if it's a good or a bad cut.
It is so bang, bang, bang with the events here. I mean, how do you plan your day? Do you have to just focus one at a time?
Yeah, one at a time. I think if you try to think too far ahead, it ends up being a bit of a, just so confusing. But yeah, just making sure that one at a time is the best way to go.
How do you enjoy the competition vibe? Because I know that all the athletes sit together. That must be pretty cool.
Oh, absolutely. It's kind of like a family unit. Like everyone knows everyone. It's really close, and it's always good just to see the young guys come out as well. So yeah, always a good vibe here.
Like there's a good mix of experienced and there's a good mix of also first timers as well. So do they ask for advice? Is there a little bit of rivalry? How does that work?
I don't know if there's much rivalry, but we're all helping each other out because we all want everyone to do well and to be at their peak. So yeah, definitely no kind of harsh words or anything like that. Everyone's really supportive.
To showcase obviously the women's development in the sport here on this stage. I mean, how good is that, especially given that you have sort of been robbed of so many competitions in the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think you just not having the international level of trying to have that goal. So this is where the pinnacle is at the moment. So it is a bit tricky, but I think everyone's keeping us on our toes by having this event. So it's really good to see.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck today. We can't wait to see you in action.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, not too far away now from getting the ladies' competition started. And the first up in the first heat will be Natalie Patterson and Karen Corbin. So it's going to be a little bit of a noisy event getting underway with the stocks. So second up in the heats will be Emma Riddell and Emma Shaw. And then we will see Kylie Heaton and STIHL Apelu. So that would be heat number 3. And bringing in the last heat will be Cherie Taylor and Alma Wallace. So not too far away now from getting going. We've got the starting cadence. If you were listening in, you could just hear that starting. So that's used right around the world by all STIHL Timbersports competitions, so that everything is as standardised as it can be. Even comes down to the timber. They actually grow their own timber in Europe for this competition. New Zealand, that's a little bit hard to have it exported all the way here. But we have Kelly Earl down in Canterbury has supplied the wood for the chopping, which is all poplar. And Kyle Lemon brought in the wood for the sawing competitions, which is pine. The reason we use poplar as opposed to pine, the pine is a little bit less abrasive for the sawing competitions, and the poplar is the world standard as far as the event goes. So it looks like we're just about ready for the off in the stock saw, our very first event of the day. So Natalie Patterson and Karen Corbin will get out and we'll get those saws warmed up and get ready to go. Our match referee for the day is Matt Hura. So just walking out now to just make sure the two first competitors are set up, the saw's ready to go. He will give the order for them to start and warm up their saws, and then we'll be under his control for the start. So it's Natalie Patterson on stand number 1, Karen Corbin on stand number 2.
Start saws.
I'll just let the other side know. Ropes. Okay, ropes. Start your saws.
Ladies, warm up your saws.
Okay.
Chain. There's no line there.
Can you put a line in the middle of the line? Put the line for the fingers. Good pull.
So we're just going to make sure that we've got a line down the centre of the block. Now the reason there's a line down the centre of the block, which we're just going to mark now, is that when they start the competition, all 4 fingers of each hand must be across that line, so that everyone has the same starting point before they reach down to snatch the saw ready to make the cut. So Shane's just going to make their mark now so that the competitors know where they are.
Mic 2, hey, 1, 2.
Okay, ladies, come back in and go through your process.
So the lines are now marked down. Of course, they've only got 100 mils that they can cut in to make the 2 cuts on this block. It is a 40 centimetre log that they will be cutting through with that STIHL MS661. First event of the day. Quick pick up by Karen Corbin, getting a little bit of a lead over Natalie Patterson. But the first block down is Natalie Patterson. She's made up for a slightly slow start, but making a little bit of a hard work of the transition. So Karen Corbin looks like she might have it on the transition, but not enough to catch it. So there we go. A last shot, not satisfied with that last cookie coming off the block. So Karen Corbin puts in another one for good luck to make sure she records the time. Okay, now it's all up to the match referees to check to make sure that those two cookies are actually cut correctly. They haven't cut through the lines. We've got a DQ on at least one stand. Is it one or two stands there, Matt?
Both.
Both. We've got a DQ. Not a good way to start the day.
I'll go and chat to him about it. What else is going to see?
Holy fellas.
So we'll just clear away all the debris on the stage, just to make sure it's all nice and clear and the footing remains good. So our deck crew will get in there and just do that for us, and we'll be ready for the next heat, which is coming up your way shortly.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go! Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go! Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
That one?
Okay, you might wonder what just happened there. We're just first event of the day. We're just going to reset and explain the starting cadence for the competitors so that we have the fair chance for everyone to get started. So we had a bit of just a late start getting the lines put on the block, so we're just going to check so that they know exactly where that start is. We also found that the starting cadence probably could have done with a little bit more volume, because you do have a still MS661 idling away at your feet, which is making a little bit of a cackle. And of course, you are also concentrating on getting started with a pair of earmuffs on, just to make it a little bit more difficult again. So I think we've got the sound turned up. We've got everyone set on how we're going to start the race, and we'll give these two, Natalie and Karen, another shot to get their times recorded. Okay, so the way we're going to do it, we're going to give those first two competitors another shot, but we'll put them to the back of the field so they've got a little bit of time just to wind down and rethink after all the adrenaline running that first race. So we'll go into heat number 2, which will be Emma Riddell and Emma Shaw. So Emma Riddell from Nelson, Emma Shaw from Canterbury, so it's a southern double that we've got coming up for you. So once they're up there, the saws are started, warmed up, got up to speed, about 15 seconds or so they give them, just to make sure they're all up to even temperature and running. Always a bit easier after we've started, because the saws will hold their heat through the day. But certainly at the start of each event, we just need to make sure that they are run up and fully warm. So you can see the blocks there on stands number 1 and 2. The 100mm line has been cut through the side, so they're going to make 2 cuts. Sounds easy, doesn't it, to get a saw to come down through those 2 slices, but I can assure you It's not as easy as you think. This is really an event about the top 6 inches, I can tell you, because it's all about concentration, listening to that motor, making sure you make the most out of the power. And it is a very powerful saw, of course. It's still MS661, King of the Forest. The market share in New Zealand, I'd take a hazard of guess that over 90% of the trees that are cut down by a chainsaw in New Zealand are cut down by a STIHL chainsaw. Very soon we've got a thing coming called Hexa chain, which will make them cut even quicker. For today's event, we're using standard full chisel STIHL super chain, 3/8 pitch. .063 gauge for all the experts on chainsaws and chain out there, which of course there are many. I hope you're all tuning in and enjoying the sport that we have for you today. So match referee, once we've got the camera in position, we'll give them the order to start the saws, get them up to temperature, and then we'll be under his control.
Seconds, warm up your saws.
And so we've got a nice even pickup of the saws, both running in good loading by the sound of it. Just got to see how they come through the first cut. Looks like Emma Shaw through fractionally in the second ahead. Just holding the weight. It's always harder on the upcut. And by a thread was Emma Shaw's disc, but it looks like Emma Riddell might have had the option there. We're going to check those discs just to make sure they have been cut cleanly and none of those chalk lines have been cut through. So Matt Hero. Quick look to make sure they're okay. Laurie Honey is our other match referee for the day from Rotorua. Okay, the cuts are good, got the thumbs up. So we'll record some times for those two competitors. That was Emma Riddell and Emma Shaw. So time to do a little bit of a clean up now and get ready for the next heat, which will be Kylie Heaton and STIHL Uplu, two former champions. So don't stray away from your sets. We want to make sure that you get to see this one coming up.
Grab that piece.
So you might be wondering why we're doing a little bit of a clean-up on the end of those blocks as we go, and the reason for that is if the block has been not cut straight or there might be some knots around the end, we make sure that those are all corrected so that the next competitors up using the same block have the same advantage of those that have gone before them to record a time.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So next up, Kylie Heaton and STIHL Uplu. Now, both of these competitors have won the STIHL Timbersports Championship in the past. I just watched both of these athletes in form in Rotorua at the event at the end of January at Auckland Anniversary Weekend. Both cutting very well they were. Certainly at the moment, I think Kylie Heaton's got the upper hand, but there's been a fair bit of training and practice done as we lead into this, the pinnacle of the events for the year for these competitors. So we're expecting some pretty good things. So STIHL has been in the sport for 17 years, comes from Tauranga, which is up in the sort of northeast of New Zealand for those watching overseas. She is a tertiary teacher, a lecturer. Now, this is not down as her favourite event. A single saw is the favourite, but of course there are a lot of similarities between a crosscut saw and a chainsaw. So I'm sure that rubs off when we get to this event. And Kylie Heaton from Hamilton. Works for Quality Assure, Group Service Manager, been in the sport for 7 years from Hamilton. The Tron, they call it. Now, the difference here is this is actually Kylie's preferred event. So there's always a little bit of advantage when you like it. Obviously likes the power of that STIHL MS661. So just getting ready for starters orders. So as you can imagine, they're both standing at the block, just feeling the weight of the saw there as STIHL, because of course they'll be thinking through the two cuts just like a racing driver thinks through the corners of a track and tries to memorise them as to how they're going to approach each particular part. Again, that motor racing analogy, very, very good comparison. So I'll just get the timers to make sure they've got everything ready to go. Also using a camera here so that if we do get what would be called in the old days a photo finish, we have a computer program that can cut down to about 1,000 frames per second. So in theory, there's no such thing as a dead heat anymore. Okay, so the warm up your saws message is being given. Get them up to temperature.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Nice even pickup from both contestants as they make that first cut. Saws sound like they're loading very well. Let's see who's going to be first through the transition. It's going to be Kylie Heaton. It is her preferred event over STIHL Upaloo, who prefers the manual saws. But how's it going to finish out? A little bit of a hang up there for STIHL Upaloo. She's just bogging the saw a bit. Makes the final cut, so hopefully the cut's good so the time can be recorded. But certainly Kylie Heaton all the way as long as the cuts were good. We'll wait for Laurie Honey over there, gives the thumbs up he has. The cut's good on that stand. We'll just wait for Matt Herrer to tell us how we look. And the cuts are good. Okay, so the times will be recorded there for Kylie Heaton and STIHL Upaloo in the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Women's Championship. This is the stock saw, the first event on the card for a great day of competition through 3 categories. We've got women's, rookies, and the open men's competition. Next up will be Cherie Taylor and Alma Wallace. So we'll just get the stage cleared of all the debris and chips made from that wonderful STIHL chain. STIHL makes its own chain too, of course. Always great to have the manufacturer who makes the power head for a chainsaw actually make the chain so that everything works perfectly in unison. So the deck crew just clear away, just make sure the blocks are still well anchored, no movement in them. They do use a stay as well as the stand they're sitting in. So again, as we mentioned before, Shane Campbell there with the chainsaw just straightening up the front edge on there. Okay, so our next 2 competitors coming up, we have Cherie Taylor. Now, Cherie has been active in the sport for 38 years. which is a heck of a long time, probably one of the greatest contributions to the sport of anyone competing in New Zealand at the moment, from Te Aroha, great place to come from too. Said she's a semi-retired farmer. After discussions with Cherie just recently, didn't sound very semi-retired to me. It sounded like it was all guns blazing. And she doesn't actually have a favourite discipline. She just loves them all. That's exactly what you want. And of course, Cherie up against Alma Wallace from Otaki, down in the southwest of the North Island of New Zealand. Great place, very sunny Otaki. 16 years in the sport. And as I mentioned earlier, likes retiring from the sport, but when still Timbersports, as mentioned, just can't help coming back. Now, Alma is a dairy farmer. So all of those who are tuned in overseas, you probably think we're all farmers here with these two up on the stand. And what's really good is she does have a favourite event, and it's coming up right now in the stock saw. So a nice bit of shadow there on the stage at this time of the day, not too much heat, just to make it nice and comfortable. They've got their backs turned to where the sun's coming from, so the visibility is fantastic. So as they look at there, although we've marked the 100mm limit to the cuts, they are also marking on there with crayon where they intend to make those cuts. Let's see whether they can manage to do that in the heat of battle, to actually pick up the saw and hit that spot. Not as easy as it sounds. Still stock saw. Such a hard event to win and such an easy event to lose. We get those saws warmed up.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's a nice even start for Taylor and Wallace as they come through now. Alma Wallace said it's her favourite sport. Cherie Taylor just likes the whole lot and is actually showing that by being first through on the transition, but can she hold it on the upcut? Has to. I'll tell you what, Cherie Taylor, if those are good cuts, that's a very good start to the day. Alma Wallace just coming a fraction in behind Cherie, so they check those two cuts and check the lines to make sure no one's gone over the limit. Looks good from where I'm sitting. We'll just make sure that it is when the judges have a look at that. Okay, we've got the thumbs up. One pending. Okay, so one's under review. One good. So it looks like we'll be looking to see whether there was a jump on the start. So we'll get the recording out and just have a quick look and make sure that it was on the right side of the go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
For men, that's why we got that platform there, so we're going to put the other across the white side. This is a proper sequence, but for potentially women,
Okay, cool. Yep. We'll go with that.
They might need to move the speaker if that does the cadence towards that one. Right. Hold down on the timing. Yep.
Did you not jump the gun? Okay, so we've got the thumbs up on both cuts there in the last heat between Cherie Taylor and Alma Wallace, so the times can be recorded. So we're going to do a rerun of heat number 1 between Natalie Patterson and Karen Corbin. So they will be back up on the stands shortly.
time will be the last on the list. Yep. They want to go again, so they're going to go. Who? Sheree and Elmer. They said they couldn't hear it, so that speaker's being now. You happy? So they said they couldn't go that too, so they're going to go again after these two rounds.
Okay, from the last heat, we have a protest in because both competitors said that the amplification of the starting cadence wasn't able to be heard clearly. So the protest has been heard, and it has been agreed that they will be able to rerun that. So we have 2 reruns coming up. First one will be Natalie Patterson, Karen Corbin, and then we will ask Cherie Taylor and Alma Wallace to rerun these. So at the moment, we've got them just walking up now. So Natalie Patterson, in the sport for 9 years, a farmer and a mum from Wyndham in the South Island, right down the bottom too in the Southland. Favourite event's the underhand, so not particularly enamoured always with the stock saw, but ready to give it a good go. And Karen Corbin from Riverton, again deep south, a teacher of 11 and 12-year-olds. I think we used to call that intermediate here. Also an underhand chopper, so the stock saw not the natural first choice, but let's see how they're going to go for us shortly.
They're running a cable to that speaker for you now, instead of behind you, it's going to come from in front of you. So he's just running that, and then you'll have it in the south. So he's just doing that right now. So just stand down, and he'll give you the signals. That's fine. He's just going to run that, we'll test it, and then we'll give you the call up again. No worries. No pressure, bro.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go! Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
We're just gonna run a saw at the same time.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go! Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
When the saw's at full, are they? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Righto, we'll get into this event. Now I've got the speaker on the other side coming back at me. Natalie Patterson, Karen Corbin. So Natalie Patterson on 1, Karen Corbin on 2. Now this is a rerun of the first heat.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, they heard it well this time. They're blending down to pick up the saw, nice and clean, coming down. First transition coming up for you shortly. It's going to be Natalie Patterson first on the transition, but Karen Corbin was quick coming up the second on the last one. But at the moment, all Natalie Patterson, from what we can see, she's got the 2 discs off. Hopefully they're good. And Karen Corbin finishes out second in that heat. The time's hopefully going to be recorded for the second shot at this today. This was the heat number 1. So we get the thumbs up on for Natalie. Matt here just checking Karen's discs now, just to make sure that the bit that's obviously come away from the disc was part of it when it was cut through, that it wasn't broken off as the saw finished the cut. So we've got a DQ for Karen Corbin. It looks all right for Natalie Patterson that her time will stand. Okay, ready to clear the decks, get it all tidied up for the last heat, which is a rerun from the protest on heat number 4. So we'll have Cherie Taylor and Alma Wallace. Righto, so we looked at that protest. The option was there for the clean cut to hold the time, so Cherie Taylor has decided that she will maintain her time. So Alma Wallace will be putting her time in on her own on one of the stands, so we're just getting that ready for her now. So once we've run this final heat, which will be just Alma Wallace, we'll try and get those times together, give it a little bit of a look at the running order so far. And as Christina and I discussed a little bit earlier on, that you can't just compete in one, it's going to be a tally of all of the combined events, so they have to be good over the 3. Just the stock saw, single saw, and the underhand.
No one's used to it though. She's keeping her time. That's why it was
So Alma Wallace now standing out at the block, just putting her final thoughts into how she's going to do it. As I said, like a motor racing track, trying to memorise each corner and each bend, how fast you're going to take them, where the braking is. Well, not quite. Of course, they're just going to have a look through, work where they're going to make those 2 cuts and how they're going to balance the saw, make the transition. So 15 seconds to warm up the saw for Alma Wallace from Otaki.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Alma Wallace, nice clean pickup. Making up, she didn't hear the start on the first one, certainly got it on this time through. First transition, good, a little bit slow, making the second cut, but managed to get it now as the first disc rolls away across the stage. A little bit of a bog down coming up. It's going to cost a few tenths of a second, but there's Alma Wallace, everyone. Okay, from where I'm sitting, I can see stayed inside the 100ml limit. We'll just check to make sure that those 2 cookies are cut through completely. There's certainly a skinny and a fatty there. Making the most of the 100 mils of wood on the second cut. Thumbs are up, the cut's good. So we'll record the time from that. We'll come back to you soon with the results from the stock saw competition.
Ready to go? Yeah, well, they're ready, yeah. Ready, yeah, when they get.
Okay, as we get ready for the next event, we're just ready to go to a commercial break.
Christina to start it, throw to you, and then you can talk about it.
Yeah, that's good.
Get that down. Yeah.
Which camera we got that one? Hey guys, can we have 5 seconds?
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. We're good, we're waiting on you. Yes, we're ready, we're ready.
Well, the stock saw brought plenty of drama, just as we expected. The event that, like you say, was so easy to lose, but hard to win. Well, next up we have the single saw, and it's a beauty, isn't it? Demoed here by Nat Patterson, how good. But, I mean, it's razor sharp. Phil, can you talk us through this event? It looks nasty.
Well, I wouldn't call it nasty, but let's say that it's a very, very difficult discipline to get right. In fact, this wonderful piece of carbon steel here is often referred to as a misery whip. Now, it's a misery whip when things aren't going well, but it's wonderful when they are. Now, one of these saws here can actually cut as fast as a chainsaw. Sometimes it can actually cut faster. But obviously, we had to invent the chainsaw because you're making more than one cut. So these saws that you can see here of Nat's, this is made by a bunch of craftsmen in Masterton called Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws. And they make all this gear. So one of these saws is really nowadays, rather than for cutting forests, it's a piece of specialist sports equipment. $4,000 up to buy one of these. So these are really nurtured like their firstborn. They often have the likes of the guys at Tuatahi, the likes of Grant Fawcett there, who's a master sharpener, who will actually dress these saws, particularly when they're coming up to a big event like this. And on a big event like this, I'll usually keep one saw aside. And I'm trying to keep my fingers away from this because these are incredibly sharp. There's 2 types of saw. There's a peg and raker, which is like this saw here, and we have 4 pegs and 1 raker. So the pegs do the cutting, and the raker takes the chip, or the noodle we call it in the sport, away from the kerf in the cut to keep it clear. So these are very, very fast cutting saw. The event, they've got to cut 1 slice off there. Sounds easy, but you've got to get the thing going. There's a lot of bend and whip in the saw, and of course that's going to have an effect on how they go. So they have to try and get it absolutely straight. They need to make sure they use the entire length of the saw. That's the idea. Keep balance, and that's the most efficient way to cut.
Phil, it's physically demanding, isn't it? Isn't this the most physically demanding one? Potentially, maybe, I don't know if you'd argue with me, of the event, of the day?
Well, it is, because normally if Natalie had just finished a cut, I probably wouldn't be able to interview her because she wouldn't have any breath back at all, and that's pretty much how it is. It is a very, very aerobic sport. It takes a lot of coordination, aerobic, so it's pretty much brings in all of the senses to make sure it goes right. But when you're 2/3 of the way through that log, and all of a sudden you're out of air, it gets very, very hard. So the thing is, you've actually got, even though it doesn't look like a great deal of width, you've got to pace yourself through it.
Well, it gets underway shortly. Let's head to it.
Yeah, and let's hope that they're not going to be referring to them as misery whips by the end of this discipline.
And that's what I meant by nasty. It does sound nasty.
Yeah, no, great sport. Looking forward to it.
Do you need a hand? Or it's all good. Thank you.
When you're ready, they're ready. You can call them back on as soon as.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, getting ready now for the first heat in the single saw competition. The 2022 STIHL Timbersports Women's Championship. First up to the blocks are Natalie Patterson on number 1, so that'll be on the left-hand side if you're looking towards the backboard, and on number 2 is Emma Shaw. So Emma Shaw is a nurse from Canterbury. I was going to say a surgeon's assistant using that saw perhaps. So what they're doing now is they are able to put a lead into the cut, which gives us a quicker start, because as you can imagine, trying to cut into those blocks just from fresh is going to be a little bit difficult. So we make it a much faster competition. So they have a 10 centimetre width to make the cut, and they have that 25 centimetre starting cut. Okay, looks like we're just about ready. Okay, so the saw's just being put into their starting cuts now, ready to go. You might have seen they put them in upside down, usually just checking the line.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So the big saws start, trying to get the momentum up, getting the drive going. Emma Shaw making good ground. Natalie Patterson going through a little bit of a hang up there for Emma Shaw, will cost her a little bit of time. Patterson looking good as we get down to the first 50% of the log and the way through. Cuts looking nice and straight there for Emma Shaw. The idea is to keep that saw moving, keep it straight, use the entire length. Emma Shaw making a very good work of that, exactly to description. Natalie Patterson just getting a little bit hung up in the hard end of the block as she starts to think where that breath's going to come from, but it's all Emma Shaw. Canterbury Nurse gets the biscuit down first, and there we have it. Natalie Patterson finishes her cut, so we've got the first heat underway. We'll check those times shortly just to see how they went. As we mentioned earlier on, you can see they're breathing pretty hard. Tough work. Great to see those big tuatahi saws working as hard as they do. We mentioned before, these saws, very, very valuable pieces of sporting equipment nowadays, but they are looked after extremely well by their owners. First thing you'll see is once they leave the stage, they'll be sprayed with oil, probably that STIHL multi-spray. Very similar product to penetrating oils like WD-40, but they'll always use the STIHL one, of course, in an event like this. I'll take them away, oil them, cover them up, wipe them down. Getting ready for the next shot. Next up, heat number 2 will be Emma Riddell and Alma Wallace. So the deck crew will just clear away the noodles that have been put down on the ground, just make sure that the faces are nice and square. So just to reiterate, the width for the cut, the limit is 4 centimetres, and they have a 25 centimetre starting cut to get themselves going. So that'll be setting the saw ready to race. So just coming out with the saw now is Emma Riddell from Nelson, now quite new to the sport, saying only 18 months experience, but making a bit of a noise down there in the South Island. And as I mentioned earlier on the introductions, a criminal defence lawyer. Now someone who can handle an axe and a saw is obviously going to be the right person for you. So if you're in Nelson, you know where to go. So just from heat number 1, I have a couple of times that have been handed to me. Natalie Patterson coming through at 44.27 and Emma Shaw, 37.63. So at the moment, 37.63 is the time to beat. So Alma Wallace just bringing a saw up to the block now to get her starting cut put in. They will be measuring it to make sure it is no more than that permitted 25 centimetres. So Alma Wallace there on stand number 2, just getting the final measure put in on his starting cut for her single saw heat. Alma Wallace, of course, from Otaki, keeps making the comeback for STIHL Timbersports, and we're pleased to see you here too. Good competitor, always a smile on her face and a laugh. So 18 months experience plays 16 years experience. Let's see whether the young gun can beat the experience.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Well, nice start by Alma Wallace, nice and smooth. Emma Riddell now starting to pick up the pace, but at the moment Alma Wallace looks like she's got the leading edge as she comes into 33%. The third, the big third, that's where you've got the gas to get it started. That's where you need to make it smooth. Oh, a little bit of a hang up there for Alma Wallace. Emma Riddell's making some go through, just a little bit of a snag. You can hear the saw squeaking against the wood to keep the saw without bending. See the big Tuatahi label there on Emma Riddell's saw. Going for gold, she comes down into the bottom quarter now. She looks like she's got it. Block comes up, looks nice and clean, so it's Alma Wallace. Needs to still record a good time because all of the results go in together for the final awards. There we have it, second disc off. Alma Wallace takes a big, deep breath. In fact, both of them hands on hips, really sucking that air in. So Matt Hera takes a look. Emma Riddell's disc. Both cuts are good, so the times will be recorded for Emma Riddell and Alma Wallace there in heat number 2 of the single saw competition. If you just joined us, welcome along to the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Women's Championship. First of 3 grades over the day. We are in the single saw competition. We've already had the STIHL MS 661 stock saw earlier on. So we're getting ready now for heat number 3, and we're talking about experience with Alma Wallace, but you don't get any more experience than you do with Cherie Taylor. Cherie from Te Aroha, retired farmer, so she says. Seems to be a pretty busy farmer from whenever I've talked to her about what's going on the property at the time. Coming up against Karen Corbin of Riverton. So Shane Campbell out there on the deck crew just fine-tuning the block, so we've got a nice square front for the next contestant who's going to be operating off that side. I'm just listening to a conversation going on behind me here, and we were talking earlier on, Christina and I, about how difficult this and how much it is an aerobic sport, and Alma Wallace is saying she just wanted it to stop. Just getting really, really tough on that last third, as it does. So let's have a look and see how the next 2 go. Okay, just having a look at the times coming through in heat number 2. It's only a skerrick, a smidgen, not much at all. 37.33 recorded by Emma Riddell gives her the fastest time of the day. Just over Emma Shaw's 37.63. Elma Wallace coming in with a 49.23. So let's see here how these two, now we've got the most experience of all competitors of pretty much any grade in the country at 38 years. With Cherie Taylor performing well last time I saw her in Rotorua, enjoying every minute of the sport, really has contributed a huge amount to it. And Karen Corbin from Riverton, 10 years experience herself, so no stranger to this game. A teacher of 11 and 12-year-olds, so if you can handle 11 and 12-year-olds, certainly you can handle the whip, I'm thinking. Or you're not allowed to say that anymore. But the misery whip's out there, Karen Corbin. It's going to be more fun than teaching intermediate kids, I'm sure, especially intermediate boys from what I remember. But her favourite event is the underhand, but it's the single saw. So not her favourite. Cherie Taylor, again, as she said, she likes all of the events, so everything's up to be played. So we'll get those starting cuts put in. 25 centimetres, no more. Under the watchful eye of the match referees, Laurie Honey and Matt Hura. So the pine log they are cutting through is 40 centimetres in diameter. There's a lot of measurements in this game, isn't there? 4 centimetres in, 25 centimetres starting cut, and a 40 centimetre log to cut. So Cherie Taylor on 1, Karen Corbin on 2. Just doing their final adjustments and measurements as they work in to get their saw where they want it.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, clean start by both competitors. Cherie Taylor, Karen Corbin, up at the log. 40 centimetres of work to do. Cherie Taylor making a nice, using all of the saw, faster cadence there from Karen Corbin though. That could make the difference, or it could use up most of the gas before she gets into the second half, which she's going to now. Cherie Taylor getting down into that final third. This is where it starts to hurt, but she's sawing well. She's keeping that saw beautifully straight, using the whole length. Karen Corbin just starting to slow now. She's going to have to keep it going up. She's got about 10% to go, but it's all Cherie Taylor, and just momentarily up Karen Corbin, not far behind. Well done, ladies. Make the most of the oxygen. Don't let anyone else breathe out there, because you're going to need it all. What a good match that was between Cherie Taylor and Karen Corbin. Be good to have a look at the times at the moment. It's Emma Riddell with a 37.33 to beat. So time for the inspection of the discs. Just gently move those pressure saws out of the way. Both cuts are good, so we'll just wait for the times to come in. As I said, we've got to get to beat 37.33 of Emma Riddell, who leads the field at the moment, but we'll see whether Cherie or Karen can better that. So our next two contestants coming up will be Kylie Heaton from Hamilton, Darcel Upaloo from Tauranga. Those are heat number 4. So just clear the noodles off the deck and start the preparations again for that final heat. So Kylie Heaton and Darcel Upaloo now standing up at the block, just doing their preparations, getting ready for their heat, which will be the final heat for the Women's Championship in the single saw. Just a little bit of background. You always look down to see what their preferred events are, and I can tell you that for Darcel, this is her game. I can see that Tuatahi saw sitting up there, that logo looking proud. In fact, both using Tuatahi saws. Now we're talking about those artisans in Masterton who make these, and that the axes are hand forged, the saws are done specially, and they are the choice of the top athletes, not just in New Zealand, but right around the world. Even been profiled in the Air New Zealand magazine, this wee engineering shop. But boy, if you ever get the chance, go and visit them, let them show you through. It is an amazing place to go. Well, having a look at the third heat, Cherie Taylor. She looked like she'd done the work by the time she had finished, and she had with a 35.66, taking her to the lead of the field. So well done, Cherie. And I tell you what, Karen Corbin, not too shy either, because that former time that was standing for Emma Riddell at 37.33, she's only a smidgen behind at 37.37, so it was a very good cut as well for Karen Corbin. But right now we've got Kylie and Darcel up at the logs. Let's see whether they can bring that time down a little bit further and start compiling their totals for the day to get onto that podium. So both of these competitors been on pretty good form recently. Let's see how they're going to go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it's 35.66 to beat. Let's have a look. And oh, look at the cadence there from Darcel Upaloo. Nice speed. If she can keep that flowing. Kylie Heaton knows she's got the pressure on. I can't see the other Sawyer from behind. Coming down into the first half now, and it looks like Darcel Upaloo, but it's pretty close between Kylie Heaton's not far behind. Both those saws absolutely working. Every single one of those pegs is moving the chip, and the breaker's taking it down, sticking it on the ground. But sticking it on the ground is what it is the first disc hits for Darcel Upaloo. It is her favourite game. It's going to be good to look at the score. A little bit of a bow as the time gets tough there for Kylie Heaton, but she's through. All the effort that you see in that one. And you can imagine how hard it is to keep the concentration, keep that source straight as you get into that final quarter when all of the pressure is on. The air is all gone, the pressure is all on, and you've got to finish. The temptation be to flick that disc off the bottom of the log, but you know you don't do that because Matt Hera, as you can see now, is going to pick up the disc and have a look to make sure that actually hasn't happened at all. They look clean. Laurie Hunting takes a look down. He's got the thumbs up. He thinks it's all right. Matt Hera gives us two good cuts. For Kylie Heaton and Darcel Upaloo, we'll wait for the times to come in, but they are being aggregated over the course of the event to find our champion for 2022.
How many kids are there?
By the time that price is up, it's usually 3 on that one and 4 on that one. This is your cut here, Cleveland.
So just waiting for that.
It'll be the women's underhand.
Actually, I'll see the ends. We'll pop the ends off these every time what we get told.
Yeah, they'll be chopping those on the front.
guy, the guy who takes the time, and he could give those times over the radio on Channel 3 or something.
And then I'm going to say
to
last week, the underhand, right? That's the underhand, and the first thing I noticed is his marks. That's really good tactic. What's that? Welding axe. Well, yeah, talk about maybe, and then I can even say that. Well, just as promised, that single saw certainly brought a bit of physicality, endurance, but Darcel's time, that was like a masterclass in single saw, wasn't it?
It was, certainly for Darcel, that is her favourite discipline, and it really showed. And we're talking about before we started how to keep the saw straight, keep it flowing, keep a good rhythm, and to make sure that it's kept absolutely straight so it can't bend or bow or hang up inside the kerf. And really that was an example of how it should be done. And really when it comes down to single sawing, in New Zealand we probably have the best exponents in the world. We've held the world records through the likes of Jason Wynyard, David McDonald, who will be on later on, certainly took that award at the Sydney Easter Show. So we tend to be very good with those hand saws, and for those that were just watching Darcel, that's how it's done. But I tell you what, Kylie Heaton, not far away. So those were the leading two times from that discipline.
Well, the battle is certainly heading into the final event here, and it's the underhand. And the first thing I notice are these chalk lines, these marks. Can you talk us through it?
Okay, so the logs, they don't just pop out the back and try and be first in, first serve for the best log. They're done by a draw. So the axeman or axewoman gets what is drawn. So they look at the log and they try to work out where the knots are, where the best wood is to get the grain in the right place so they can make it as quick as possible. And then they will mark their scarf. So just like you're cutting a tree down, you cut a scarf. These have a scarf on the back, which is your opening scarf, and then you have a felling scarf on the back. In the old days, this would have been like a log lying in the forest that needed to be cut to length. So they stand up on top of them and cut downwards, which looks a little bit scary, but trust me, they have chainmail in their shoes for a little bit of extra protection. So they've marked that block with those chalk lines as the best they can see in the wood to get this cut quickly.
I noticed that obviously they have to attack it from both sides, so there's a transition as well that is quite key for timing, right? But talk me through the nails here, because we've got it on the front and on the back. What's that about?
Okay, so the nails are put in. Sometimes I'll use a rubber band as well, but if you can imagine the grain's running this way in the log, so if they come down and they go too shallow in the cut, they can actually pick up the grain and slab the whole piece of block out sideways. So what those nails are there for is to try and prevent that happening. Doesn't always work. No, for the feet with these, so the nails are just there to stop the wood slabbing, because if they slab it out, then they could actually be disqualified.
Yes, right. But they wouldn't also hit their feet, right? Because that's the thing about this event that I notice, is that it looks like they're literally about to slice their feet off. But they're not, because they're professionals and they're good at it, and they know where to attack right in these lines, as you're saying. Who are we to watch for? Actually, first of all, talk me through the axe, because that doesn't look like one you can pick up in the shop.
No, it's like a 3.2 kilo razor blade. Now we mentioned on the saws that Tuatahi, the artisans who forge these are hand forged for the competitors.
It's going to stand over here. It's a weapon, isn't it?
It certainly is. So the guys at Tuatahi will hand forge these from their block stock, and actually they will be ground specially for the competitor as they prefer it. The grinds can be a little bit different for cutting different wood. For example, what we cut in New Zealand is a little bit different to what they'll be cutting on the Australian circuit, so the grind is different. They'll grind the wings into them, but that is probably not a lot of change with its hickory handle, which is imported and also made to shape for the athlete in Masterton. About $800, not a lot of change from it, but it is really specially made for these events. But I can tell you now, as a bit of a plug for our good friends at Tuatahi, for the Fawcett family, is they do work axes which are done the same way, but they're not quite ground the same way, and they're about $500. So if you want the best axe, if you think you're an axeman at home, want to do your firewood, grab one of those.
There you go, and if you're looking to get into the sport, you know exactly how to go about it and how much money you might need to spend to do it too. But who are we looking for heading into this event before we crack into it?
Well, I think the last two that we saw in the competition, Darcel and Kylie, very good at this. I think Emma Riddell's a little bit has the underhand as a favourite, and as we know from Cherie, just about everything's a favourite, and she cut very well in the last one. Just something I was going to mention too, you mentioned feet just a moment ago. You can see that they've actually pre-cut these things in the end, these flat bits. They're called footholds. So that is where they're going to stand. Now you talked about safety before, because they've marked where they're going to hit, so they're going to be accurate, of course. If they cut into these footholds at all, that is a disqualification. So they really have it in their best interest, one, to save themselves from injury, but also to save themselves from being disqualified, to make sure they go nowhere near where the feet are. Now, the other thing is how they turn on these, because obviously they've got to cut the front and they've got to cut the back, the two scarves. So they've actually got to turn around. And you can imagine when you've just been hitting as hard as you can, as fast as you can on those sides.
And after you've done the single sort,
And after you've done all the other events,
else you've done.
you've still got to get round there. Now, there are two. Some will just do a step turn. They'll probably step in the middle of the block and they change sides. The most spectacular is called a jump turn, which is where they'll actually leave the block and spin and come down at the same time. They'll have the axe coming down. And the other thing, when you're talking about these chalk lines, they'll actually have in their head how many blows they want to make on each side. So they'll start working their way round, probably bottom, top, and work around at what they call a round of hits, and they'll be working into the centre. The idea being that those cuts should be nice and even as they come in, not all stepped, because the most efficient is always the smoothest. They'll put some what they call drivers in the centre, which is where they're going to cut the block in half. Then they'll turn, do the same thing from the other side, with the idea that those drivers come in to meet the first set of drivers and then separate the block. The time stops when the block splits in half.
What is the time we should be looking at? How fast can these athletes do this in?
Well, certainly we're going to be looking in probably sub-20s in the men's, but probably in this I'm thinking somewhere between 20 and 30 seconds, similar to what we saw in the single saw.
Tell you what, that's quick for that.
Depends on what's inside that timber we can't see.
That's always the bargain of what you get, right? The lucky dip, so to speak. Well, it's all about to get underway, so let's get to it.
Will do. So getting ready now for heat number 1. On stand number 1 is Natalie Patterson coming up against on stand number 2, Karen Corbin. First event here in the underhand in the Women's STIHL Timbersports Championship 2022.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Karen Corbin gets the first bite in as she takes the top, goes through the centre on the other side. Natalie Patterson working away. The chip's starting to come out nice and big. As both competitors work round, as we mentioned, those round of hits as they get through. A little bit of a stick there for Karen Corbin would have just slowed her down, just cost you momentum as well, but she's first on the turn as Karen Corbin. Now it does depend on how much work you've done on that first scarf as to how easy it is to block the wood out to get the block into 2 pieces by the end. So both of these athletes cutting well now. Natalie Patterson over the far side there on stand number 1, working away on that second scarf. Just keep an eye on those centres to see when the daylight's going to come through as they both start working slowly towards the drivers, but as Natalie Patterson gets the block into 2. Good cut. So we'll just get the chips and debris worked away. As you can see, we've already preset the blocks. They've already cut their footholds prior to the event. Usually if you're at a club event, the footholds will be cut on the stand just before they start. So this gives us a little bit of a quicker changeover as we've already got the mounts sitting on the stand that they sit in. So the next two contestants up, Emma Shaw and Emma Riddell. Where would you be without all the guys in the clubs that make this so good by clearing up the deck and keeping everything moving? Look at that STIHL blower that's out there. It's a battery blower. There's two of them. I think that would be, from looking from here, a BGA 86. If you like the look of that, if you tuned into us on the live stream. Autumn's coming. Winter's coming. No, autumn's coming, and that's a BGA 86. And if you want to keep all the leaves and everything clear, that's an ideal way to do it. Quiet as well. Battery powered, 36 volt lithium ion batteries. And as you can see, pretty efficient at moving chunks of wood off a stage when you're ready to hold a wood chopping competition. But just go and see your friendly STIHL shop for one of those if you're in New Zealand, or if you're overseas, go to your friendly STIHL dealer. I'm sure they'll have them there. And plenty of other options with that battery setup as well. So you're ready for heat number 2. It's Battle of the Emmas, I heard someone call it. So both up on their blocks. We'll just wait for the match referee to give us the okay, and we'll be underway.
Time is good.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
So Emma Riddell first into the cut just momentarily before Emma Shaw. Let's have a look and see how they're going. Stepping inside it is for Emma Riddell. Shaw making nice clean work. That's a really nice first scarf. A lot of timber coming out from wide, probably because of the way the grain sat for Emma Riddell. But at the moment, last finishing touches go. Let's see who's going to be first on the turn. Still just chipping away into the centre, getting ready to put those first set of drivers in. And it's Riddell turning in front of Shaw, but it's only a little bit in it as those drivers went in onto the first side. Let's have a look as they come through second scarf. Moving the wood away from the outside so they can work in, get to that centre. That nice, clear, easy wood is in the centre. It's way away from the knots that will be sitting in that outer wood. So it's looking pretty close here. We're going to so you can see the wood coming away now. Emma Riddell, is she going to do it? I can see a little bit of a split coming from Emma Shaw as well. It's going to be a close run thing. Emma Shaw, I thought so. I could just see it starting to go. And Emma Riddell, she's just got a little bit of work. She comes back, other side, before she puts those final drivers in, just to make it move on the bottom side of the log. There we have it. There we have it. The Battle of the Emmas, very good heat there for us. Number 2 here in the Women's Championship, STIHL Timbersports 2022.
been coming and going for you? No, none of us heard anything. It has been coming and going quite a lot during the day.
So as we get ready for heat number 3, just having a look through some of the scores to see where the fastest time is so far for the underhand. It's Natalie Patterson with a 52.56. Quickest so far. Following in behind will be Emma Shaw, just over the minute mark. So let's have a look and see whether Kylie Heaton and Cherie Taylor can bring those times down just a little bit further.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
As soon as it goes to sleep on you. Just hide them under there.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Cherie Taylor and Kylie Heaton. Heat number 3 here in the underhand competition, part of the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Women's National Championship here in New Zealand if you're tuning in from overseas. Kylie Heaton making very good work of that first scarf, cleaning the work out. Cherie Taylor just working a very tidy work by Cherie Taylor. A few steps there from Kylie Heaton. She makes her way on the turn. Starts on the second block. Now these are a 27 centimetre block in this competition. Cherie gets herself up, gets herself balanced up on those footholds. Takes another look at it. Kylie Heaton still working way, second scarf. So Cherie Taylor now into the, what I guess you'd call it the felling scarf or the second scarf. Very tidy work on the first one. Transition wasn't probably the best, but I can see a little bit of daylight coming over here for Kylie Heaton, and I do too. She severs the block into 2. So Cherie Taylor just working in. A little bit of movement in the top side. Probably going to have to take a little bit more wood out of the bottom. Lots of support coming in here from the side. Well, we can see a little bit of movement. Oh, it's not far away, Cherie. There she goes. Cherie Taylor, everyone. With the bow too.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
That's all right. I got excited. Took your time. Got back on there. You were good. Good work. So I'm going to grab a second. Thank you.
So getting ready now for the final heat. Last chance in the New Zealand STIHL Timbersports 2022 Women's Championship. It could all be hanging on this last heat. I haven't got the combined scores, so I can't even tell you where they're sitting. So when we get to the prize giving, it's going to be very, very interesting. So STIHL Upperloo just standing up on her block now on stand number 2. Alma Wallace from Otaki over there on stand number 1, already thinking through the blows as to how many she's going to make on that first scarf. Both competitors on the ready. Looks like the judges are ready, so let's get them underway.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, they hit simultaneously to start that first scarf between Alma Wallace and STIHL Upperloo up here on the big stage in Kumeu. Very tidy work done there by Alma Wallace. She comes in with a very narrow angle, coming in on the wider trajectory is STIHL Upperloo. First on the turn, Alma Wallace thinks she's done enough work on that first side. STIHL Upperloo still putting those last blows in on the drivers on the first scarf. And at the moment, it's all Alma Wallace. Has she done enough work on the first side? As I said, very narrow scarf. So the whole deck's moving under my feet as these two ladies get these last blows coming in. Who's it going to be? Getting ready, working wow, still moving timber before they get to the drivers. Alma Wallace on the drivers now. Has she done it? I can see moving, but at the moment it's STIHL Upperloo who's managed to get the job done. She's moved a lot more timber, but she's managed to get there in the end. Alma Wallace, the Otaki flyer. Breathing in, she knows it's almost there, but just doesn't want to let go. There it is, I can start to see it move now. One more. Oh, yes. Great sport here on the big stage in Kumeu. Last heat in the underhand for the Women's Championship. Now we'll have to go and put all those times together and see who is going to finish where in this 2022 season. Just been told the cuts are good, so the times are going to stand. All we've got to do is get in there and count them. Right, not far away now from prize giving, so stay tuned. We're just doing the final calculations. Looks like we had a bit of a split decision on one of them, so we're just going back and calculating the times. And then we'll be up to that podium. We'll present the top 3 for the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Women's Championship.
Currently on camera left, you want me to move to camera right? Want to get a 105?
That'd be ideal. Man, I would be bloody keen as mustard like.
Women's competitors, if I could please ask you to make your way to the stage, please. All women's competitors.
Well, as we wait for the women's medal ceremony and we wait to see who took it out, we have also our rookies warming up. They're just moments away, getting everything ready, obviously getting their footholds in for the underhand, getting their axes all polished. Everything is good to go, so we're just moments away from that competition as well. Plenty ahead for the day. There's still heaps to come.
Well, welcome everyone to the prize giving here for the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Women's National Championship for New Zealand. Very, very well fought event, I must say. I feel like Naval Chamberlain. In my hand I have a piece of paper. So we're going to bring up the top three. There is a reward for all, but we're going to put the three on the podium. So, ladies, in third position, Natalie Patterson. So Natalie with 17 points. It was a very close run thing when I get to place number 2. In second position, STIHL Upperloo. So STIHL with 18 points. Right, we've got one position. It's a bit of a step up. In first position, the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Women's National Championship. Please stand on the number 1 spot, Kylie Heaton. So we have the trophies, which look magnificent. And from Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws, a brand new axe, and I can assure you that every competitor always needs another axe to add to the other 100 that they've got that they never sell. They can never have too many. You heard it right there from Kylie. Bubbly doesn't look too bad either.
Can we get one for you just with the trophy in your hand?
There you go. They're going to spray champagne, but the first thing that gets moved away is the axe. All right? It's always a question of priorities. You're supposed to stay on the podium, ladies. There we have it, everyone. Kylie Heaton, winner 2022 STIHL Timbersports Women's National Championship.
Well, we have our woman, still Timbersports 2022 national champion. You've defended your title. How epic is that? You must be loving this moment.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a lot of fun competing with all these women. They're fantastic competitors. Everyone cheers everyone on. But to come back and do it again, it's been great.
Especially after a hard year as well, with not being able to compete as often. Is it trickier coming into this to defend your title?
Yeah, absolutely. I've only had 2 events this year, so since the last time I've only been out for 2 actual shows. So it gets the nerves going a little bit more, but just means that you just need to practice more at home.
Such a consistent performance though, and that's what proved key here compared to even second and third and everyone else. What do you put that down to? Is it all the training? How does that even look like at home?
I think it's training. It's also that experience of being able to keep calm. I've got a wonderful partner who trains with me who keeps reminding me, just breathe, do what you can do, that's all you can ask, and that's it. It's about enjoying it. I've done all the hard work already, now just enjoy it.
You're so experienced in this game, but this morning when you woke up, were you nervous?
More excited. So again, I can't do any more work, so it's just excited to come out and do it. It was a little bit different coming out with no crowd, so that was going to be something that was a little bit different, but had some great texts. It's been great that it's been live streamed, and so a lot of support from us where they're watching, even though I can't hear them.
Very nice. Well, the vibe within the waiting area as well with all of the competitors has been great. How awesome is it to have so much experience but also new talent coming through in this sport for you guys?
Yeah, it's great. There's been some awesome new talent. That's what keeps you on your toes, so it's really nice seeing the new talent come through. Both the Emmas did really well. Emma new this year and she did amazing, so big shout out to her. I think it was awesome.
What's next for you in this sport? Do you go back to your practice? Do you give yourself some time? Do you enjoy the moment? How do you enjoy the moment?
Absolutely. Enjoy the moment, have a little bit of a rest, and then start training again. Yeah.
Very nice. Well, we look forward to seeing you back in action.
Thank you very much.
Well, the women's comp certainly didn't disappoint, did it? Obviously, Kylie Heaton taking it out. Fantastic to see her defending her title here at the QMU Showgrounds. Well, stay with us because up next we have the rookies competition and it's set to be a good one. There's plenty of good talent here, so stay tuned. welcome back to our coverage of the STIHL 2022 National Championships here at the QMU Showgrounds. And we've just wrapped up the women's competition where Kylie Heaton took it out with a very consistent performance across all three disciplines. Well, there's still plenty of hype here because our rookies are up next. And our commentator, Phil, our guru of the sport, what can we look for in the rookies comp?
So the rookies competition is something that we've really pumped up in the last few years, and it's part of the international competition. We have the ability to send the champion over to Europe to compete for us. So this is actually quite a special event. It is for under 25s. These are the young guns. So if you can imagine all of the success that we've had over many years, it all starts somewhere. And some of the axemen and axewomen start from the age of 8 years old and move up, some a little bit later. But it really makes for a good competition. So we run this rookies competition, the under 25s, and it is a little bit special to us because we hadn't really entered that international frame until a few years ago. And when we did, we entered with Chris Lord. And Chris Lord went over there and won. So it's a trophy that we have in the cabinet. We want to keep more, and we're looking forward to a good crop of rookies this year.
We certainly do, and there's plenty on the line, and our rookies are lining up, waiting to be called in so they can have their turn, have their day, because there hasn't been too many competitions, so they'll be rearing to go, so to speak. So, crack us into it, introduce our athletes.
Okay, if I can have the rookies come out in this order, please. First up, Jordan Thomas from Warkworth. Now, Jordan's been doing this for 5 years. He's a builder. So book in early if you want that work done. And his favourite discipline is the underhand. Second up, Jack Richards from Autoto in Southland, from the very bottom of the New Zealand for those that are tuning in from overseas. The very, very bottom, not quite Stewart Island. Now he has been also doing it for 5 years. He's a student and his favourite event is also the underhand. Next up, from Tokoroa, Cleveland Cherry. Here he comes, Cleveland Cherry, a little bit more experienced by 2 years, but when you're a rookie, of course, 2 years is actually quite a lot as far as proportion goes. 7 years experience, he is a tractor operator, and his favourite event is my favourite event, which is the springboard. Next up, Harry Hardy, also from Tokoroa. 6 years experience. Harry's a logger. He's also a pretty good home butcher too, from memory, but at the moment he's a logger, and his favourite event is the single saw. Next up, Finn Sloan from Blenheim, keeping the South Island. So for those tuning in, we've had one from the bottom of the South Island. Blenheim is at the top of the South Island. He's been doing it for 5 years. He's a sparky, which I believe in all translation is an electrician. And his favourite event's a standing block. Next up, Matthew Gower from the Republic of Whangamomana. And if you're listening from overseas, that's right smack in the middle of the North Island in a place where hardly anyone's ever been. He's been doing it for 5 years. He is a diesel mechanic and his favourite event is underhand. And last, but definitely not least, because the genes are strong in this one, Morgan Bolstad from Taumarunui. He's been doing it for 11 years. Looking at him, that must have mean he just got walking and picked up an axe. He is a student and his favourite event is underhand. So there we have. These are our rookie finalists for the STIHL Timbersports Rookies National Championship for 2022. Get a good look at them. You're going to see them in action any moment soon as we get underway with the stocks. Also, gentlemen, leave the stage and the first two get ready to get up on the stand.
So what's going to happen? They'll move the wood, and you boys will move the wooden off. If you don't want wood, you can snap it. You have to have one or the other. Same as on the single board, but we have these tricks like done. Alright, switch? Yes. Put the whole check.
We're now getting into the stock saw event, which you might have seen if you've just tuned in for the first time. You wouldn't have seen it today, but if you've tuned in since this morning, you would have seen it in the ladies' comp, and it's certainly an exciting one. It doesn't take long. It's over quick and fast, and as we say, it's easy to lose, but hard to win, so to speak. But it proves all the difference in this competition. Phil, talk us through this event. What are we looking for?
Well, the beauty of STIHL Timbersports is because it's an event that's modern. Andreas Stihl invented the chainsaw in 1926, so why not go racing them? So what we've got is a 40 centimetre log, and we want to get 2 cuts off that, right? So we're going to use this tool down here, 1 down, 1 up. They've only got that much to stay within for those 2 cuts, not much, eh? So they've got to make those 2 cuts without piercing that line. They've got to start with the event with their fingers over the centre line to make sure everyone gets a fair go. The saw will be sitting at their feet idling, okay? So it's going to be different to hot saw, which we see later. The saw is actually going before they start.
Tips and tricks though, because the transition is crucial in this, right? You do your first cut and then you come back up for your second cut. What are they keeping in their mind as they approach this event? Where can it go wrong?
Well, this is the easy to lose bit, isn't it? Because you've got to make 2 cuts in a very narrow area, and you'll probably see they'll mark this with crayon as to where they intend to cut it. But in the heat of the battle, that thing's idling. They pick it up, pull it to full throttle, make the first cut down. Now, one of the things they've got to do, like anyone who's ever used a chainsaw or even driven a car or a tractor or a diesel truck, you've got to keep the power and the torque in the right place. So you've got to balance the power. So you don't want to be doing it underdone where it's revving its heart out and it's not doing any cutting, but you don't want to bog it down either. But you're right, transition, Christine. You come down through the bottom. They've actually got to come through the bottom of the log. That first disc will drop off, and then they've got to come back up. Now, coming up is harder cutting on the saw, which means they've got to really concentrate on that power balance. But they've actually got to do it really cleanly to come up, so that they can't, if they get too close and one of these discs comes off not complete, not round, she's all over. The judges come in and say DQ, that's the end of your time. And considering it's one of the disciplines, they need to record a time as the most important thing. So in their minds, they're thinking, do I take it gently and make sure I record a time, or do I go for broke? And that's what we're going to see.
That's where the pressure comes in, right? But it all comes down to the tool, doesn't it? Because that's key to this event, knowing the tool, knowing the sound. Can you talk us through the chainsaw and what type of chainsaw we have here today?
Okay, just down here, I guess you can pick it up in the camera, is a STIHL MS661. Now, we would call this the king of the forest in New Zealand because market share-wise, that saw and its younger brother, the MS500i, probably hold the majority, almost over 90% of the trees that are felled in New Zealand for export and lumber. If they're done by a chainsaw, they're done by one of these. 91.2 cc. It's a very big, powerful saw, but has electronic engine management. It is made as a high-performance machine. Cutting with a 20-inch guide bar, that's this bit here, and the chain is still full chisel 3621 we call it. It's the standard chain you get on the saw. That's what we go racing with. Great tool, absolutely dominates its market, and we're very pleased to have it do that.
Absolutely, no doubt as well. Well, the rookies, they're keen to get underway. They want to get out. They want to warm up for this event, so let's get to it.
Let's get to it. To right.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So they pick up the saw pretty much the same time as they make that first cut. Now remember, watching to see how that cut is made, whether it's nice and clean. Okay, Matt Gower looks like he's first through. Very nice. Slim biscuit there for Jordan Thomas. They're working it hard. Let's have a look, see who's going to go first. Matt Gower looks like he's got the second disc first, and Jordan Thomas completes his second cut. So this is one of the events where the judges play a very big role to make sure they haven't cut through the limits. That's the chalk marks that you might be able to see on the logs from where the cameras are pointing, and also to make sure that they have a completely round disc. Doesn't matter if it's a bit crooked, as long as the whole disc is there, that there's not a bit missing. Right, looks like we're going to investigate that run. So Matt Gower and Jordan Thomas just going to have to cool their heels for a minute while they go and look at the replay. Certainly see the Brains Trust all gathered around that screen to watch and see what happened.
Okay, so we have a disqualification on stand number 1 with Jordan.
So DQ on stand number 1. What was the reason there, Matt?
So he broke the start before the go went. Jordan broke his.
Okay, so they broke his mark, broke the start. So you can't go before go. And that's what happened. So DQ to start the day there. Get ready now, clean up the stage and get ready for heat number 2, which is going to be Jack Richards. Young man from Otautau in the South Island, up against Finn Sloan. So look at that deck crew using those STIHL BGA 86 air brooms to clean the deck. Now, I believe you go to your friendly STIHL shop, there's a bit of an upgrade promotion going on at the moment. So if you need one of those blowers or anything else still make, I would go and have a chat to those good knowledgeable people and see what's best for your property. Okay, next two competitors up will be Jack Richards and Finn Sloan. So a bit of a battle of the South Island, the top versus the nether regions of the South Island, you could say. Or Toto and Southland, Blenheim up there in Marlborough.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
That screen would stay on, would be really good.
Okay, 15-second warm-up.
So just warming up the saws, getting ready for the race in this STIHL competition heat, number 2 in the STIHL Timbersports Rookies class, the National Championship.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So both Richards and Sloan picking up the saws simultaneously, making sure they got a good pickup off the deck coming down on that first cut. Saws sound like they're loading up beautifully, but it's Finn Sloan puts the first disc on, but I tell you what, it's very close, and that's a very thin biscuit for Finn Sloan. Jack Richards still just finishing off his second, but it's going to take a judge's fine eye on those discs to make sure they are in the qualification round. Finn Sloan doesn't, he's not sure. He's going back to have a bit of a look, shaking his head. Don't stand on it, it'll break if you breathe on it by the look of the thickness of that one. So all watching the match referee now. Both cuts were good. I can tell you now, Finn Sloan was worried when he had a look, but it looks like it was good. He didn't leave a millimetre to waste. Nothing like taking those great pine logs there supplied by Kyle Lemon. We're using his pine for all of these soaring events. Taking it and turning it into very big chips, because of course that's still 3/8 chain. Of course still makes its own chain. Takes a lovely big crisp chip and sticks it on the ground to get the finals for the STIHL competition. So we've been through a couple of heats. So it looks like in the next heat it's going to be Morgan Bolstead operating as the Lone Ranger, because we have an odd number of competitors because of a scratching that came to us yesterday. But I'm sure that won't make any difference. Morgan knows how to pick up a chainsaw and make those two cuts. He will have been practicing for this. Latest generation of the famous Bolstead family. Have done so much for this sport in New Zealand and around the world. Okay, next two competitors, or actually it's the one competitor I said he was going to be the Lone Ranger. Morgan Bolstead's up on the stage now. Now the time to beat so far, set by Finn Sloan. It was a very close run thing when you looked at the width of that cookie that he cut off at 15.63 seconds. So that's the time to beat. So it's what Morgan is up against. So Morgan Bolstad from Tau Marunui, Central North Island, New Zealand. Just getting the weight of that saw, gets the whistle. Ready to start the saw, get it up to temperature, and we are ready to go racing.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
A lovely pick up there by Morgan Bolstad. The saw goes straight in the top. Very accurate it was too. Just loading up the saw a little bit there in that first cut. Okay, gets it through. Gets the first cookie onto the ground. Looks nice and straight. Can't quite see the chalk line to see how he's going, but the judges will look after that after the event. Oh, he bogs down just at the top. Would have cost him vital tenths of a second. But we've got 2 cookies down on the ground there for Morgan Bolstad. It's match referee Laurie Honey just going down to have a look at those 2 discs, make sure they're complete. Certainly well within the limits. I can see the chalk line easily from where I am.
Just going to check the start.
Okay, so the match referee is throwing down the gauntlet as he goes to the camera to just check the start. So Morgan Bolstad stands by waiting for that final decision. We don't know what the time is quite yet. It was a 15.63 to be top of the pops as far as this event goes so far. Sometimes it's only one shot to be a rookie. I'd say for Morgan at his vintage, he's got a few chances to get up to the representative level on this. Brad Parker, last year's champion, unfortunately due to a little virus that's been floating around the world, meant that our competition was canned for last year, so he didn't get to represent us. Now over 25, of course, can't compete back into rookie. We'd like to see him back one day in the open competition. Brad Parker, very, very good axeman. Okay, the match referees are coming back. Obviously got a decision in hand. Cut's good, that's what we wanted to hear. Morgan Bolstad breathes a sigh of relief as he leaves the stage thinking, at least I've got the time in the can. And we can go forward from here because there's nothing worse than a DQ. You've got to record a time if you're going to be in that finishing order, or at least well up the finishing order. Righto, coming up for you next, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone in New Zealand around the world that's tuning into the Still Timbersports New Zealand live stream. We have the Battle of Tokoroa coming up. Cleveland Cherry and Harry Hardy come from a town that legend has it is where real Kiwi jokers come from. And there's 2 real Kiwi jokers just strolling on out into the stage now. The tractor operator and the logger. Been competing in this rookie competition for a couple of years now. Know what's at stake. Lee Cleveland's been putting a bit of training in, I've heard from my spies. So both stepping up to those blocks, getting ready for our final hit out in the STIHL competition for the rookies. So Cleveland Cherry will be on 1, Harry Hardy on 2. I always thought Cleveland Cherry was from Putaruru, which is about 10 minutes up the road from Tokoroa.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So last chance for them to get a good time on the board in the STIHL competition. They need to be getting down below that 15-second mark. Harry Hardy, he's quick on the mark. Young man on stand number 2. He's on the way up. The logger, he knows how to handle a chainsaw, and he shows it there. It's going to be a question of whether he's gone inside his lines as Cleveland Cherry finishes out now. All right, let's have a look. I tell you what, he hasn't left a lot to be desired as far as the limit stops go, is Harry Hardy. He knows too, I can tell by the look on his face that he's thinking, what does it look like on the other side of the log? Cleveland Cherry playing it safe. Lots of inboard from the limit stop. Matt here is looking underneath to see if there's any red paint where it shouldn't be. Cleveland Cherry looking on, knowing it's not him. Oh dear, here it comes. Oh, it's under question by the judges. So Laurie Honey now coming in to inspect the block to see whether that red chalk is where it should be. It should be on the log, not on the biscuit that's been cut off. The cookie or the disc or whatever we want to call it. Great souvenir too, especially when they got that fantastic STIHL logo stenciled onto them. Everyone wants one of those. Oh, I tell you what, there's a lot of inspection going in here, especially on the bottom, which is the bit that Harry was hoping they wouldn't notice. Here come the deliberations. He cut a good time too, so he's really wishing and hoping that this is going to stay as a good cut. The longer this discussion goes on, the worse it gets. Okay, so we've got an inconclusive result as far as cutting through the limit on Harry Hardy's block, so he's going to be given a second cut, given the benefit of the doubt. Now, he actually handled that saw pretty well, as he should. He's a logger. But he went just a little bit off on the accuracy, so now we have an opportunity to see whether he can put that right. Certainly would have been the quickest time of the day. I haven't seen what it is, but I just, by looking at it, I'm thinking it was there. So if he can do that and stay within the rules, could be a good time. I'll get the time for Cleveland in a moment, and we'll see where we are.
So we'll just do this block here. Yeah. Get it ready for Harry for another cut.
Okay, so Harry hasn't had much chance to catch his breath, but that's what happens when you're in the last heat, when the protest goes in. And it was a judge's protest, not a player's protest, so he's going to have another shot at it, which is good news. As I can tell, his cutting time was underneath that 15-second mark, just needs to keep it in the right place. But it's always the difficult one. It's easy to get your first cut down. You know exactly where you're going to hit the block from the top. But when you come out of the base of the block on the transition, you are largely blind. You've got to take a glance over to see where that red line is and hope that your saw is inside that line, but also not too close to the cut you've just made. So all of that to think of. Stock saw competition, eh? Really hard to win, but really easy to lose. So no pressure on Harry Hardy as he psychs up, ready for this last opportunity. So the Battle of Tokoroa has sort of been played out over 2 heats at the moment. Cleveland Cherry's recorded his time. Okay, Harry, here's your opportunity. Time for you to be on the stage. So the saw's put down. Match referee Matt Hera will give him 15 seconds to get that star sorted. Up to temperature, back down on the ground, ready to start.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, it's a clean snatch. Straight into that first cut. He's a logger. He knows how to handle a saw. Coming down first and goes on the transition now. Oh, he's made a bit of a muck up. He's had a second shot, but he's staying inside the line, I think. Oh, that momentary lapse on the start of that second cookie might have been the make or break of it. We'll wait until we see the time. That'll really tell us where it sits. Certainly can see a little bit of daylight before that red line on the log this time. Probably a lot of concentration on it. Might have cost him when he put that transition in. As he bit away on that second biscuit just before he went and did the full shot at it. So they're just looking now to make sure that it hasn't actually cut away off the edge, that we have a full disc. Harry Hardy certainly keeping the judges busy today, I must say. Cut's good, he'll be pleased with that. We're just going to have a look at the time. He shakes his head, he knows it could have been quicker, but it's going to have to do. Just having a look at the old scoreboard as we've now got all the rookies through the stock saw. Harry Hardy, unfortunately, he really was cutting quick, but he had to play it so safe on the second one. Cost him 18 seconds, which is well off the pace. So at the moment, our quickest time from Blenheim, it's Finn Sloan with a 15.63. He was millimetres away from being a DQ, but that's really the best result you could hope for, isn't it? So for Matt Gower and Jack Richards tied up with 16.76 apiece. Morgan Bolstead with a 17.08. Cleveland Cherry with a 17.16.
You'll be shooting this one, and he'll be shooting two, you'll be shooting that one, won't you? Not this one, not the back one. Standing block. So there's camera one getting the two shots. When the competition starts, but you can sort of stand down for now for a second.
Wayne, camera one. Wayne, camera one. little bit more that way. Yeah, that's good.
And again, so
start on camera 1, which is the white one in the middle there, but then you can play to your camera, which is this guy here. Cool. Okay, we are in position. Yes, we can throw straight to the event. Yeah, after, yeah. Standing by, Wayne.
Well, our rookies comp is certainly underway here at the STIHL Timbersports National Championship, and we've just had the stock score if you're tuning in to join us just now, where Finn Sloan took that one out with the fastest time. But we have an event we haven't seen here today after the ladies comp so far, Phil. We've got the standing block, kind of the traditional discipline I'm hearing of this sport. So can you talk us through it? What is this event about?
Well, it's actually the favourite of many competitors and those people that watch it, the aficionados, if you like, always love the standing block. And if you can imagine if a tree was standing in the forest and Mr. Still hadn't invented the chainsaw, you had to get it down somehow, and you'd use an axe, wouldn't you? So if you can imagine, this is a tree that's standing in the forest and they're going to cut it down. So they're going to cut a scarf in the front, scarf in the back, put it into... That's what those lines are. Okay, so the blocks are drawn. So they don't get to pick the best block, they get whatever they're given, and then they have to make the most out of it. So what they do is they'll look at that block, and they'll think, there's where the knots are, there's where the harder grain is, so I'm going to put my scarf marks where those aren't, so I can get the fastest time. And so that's what you can see on there.
So similar to the underhand in terms of the way that they attack it from both sides, obviously, but what makes, I guess, the difference here is where they can put their positioning right, they can get a bit of strength behind them as they do it. It's obviously quite a physical one.
Oh, it's physical, all right. The beauty is you're not constrained where you put your feet. You've got the whole stage here to get your best position, to put as much effort or much power behind that hit as you can. And so when you see them do it, they'll usually start with 2 uppercuts. Generally how most will start, again, just like the underhand, they've got a pattern in their mind that they're going to cut to as they remove the wood from the outside, getting closer into the centre.
And let's talk about the axe, because it's not like one we said before that you can pick up off the shelf. It is a weapon. It looks brutal. So can you talk us through it?
I'm pleased that Finn Sloan's just lent me this, and I'm making sure I get the blade nowhere near anything where it could be damaged. But this is a competition axe. It is made by Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws in Masterton. These guys are the best in the world. They're a co-sponsor here at STIHL Timbersports, and we're very, very pleased to have them with us. So one of these, what do you call it, a 3.4 kilo razor blade. Absolutely ground to perfection, usually to the custom of the competitor that uses it. He'll know exactly how it's ground. They grind them differently for different countries because they use different types of wood. So a huge amount of effort goes into this. It's a hand-forged axe. But you can actually buy one for home if you really like the work that these artisans do in Masterton at Tuatei. You can actually buy one of their work axes. They're about $500 or so. Don't know whether inflation's got that, but you don't know. But you go and talk to the guys there. They've got their website. Look them up. Absolutely fantastic tool, and it is the choice not only of our top New Zealand athletes, this is the choice of the best competitors in the world.
Well, this is also an event that's the choice of many here for our rookies as they're just about to get underway, and I know they're excited to crack into it in this physically demanding one, so let's get to it.
Very good. Let's go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, the first one to get into the wood was Finn Sloan. Jack Richards now working on the far side there. Now I can see the nails are in Jack Richards' block, and gee, that's crack on the turn. Finn Sloan's confident he can eke all the wood out of the back scarf. Jack Richards on the turn now, but at the moment it's all Flynn. He reckons he's got it going. Okay, it's going to be closer than you think despite the speed of the turn. Here comes the Sloan Ranger, and he does it. Jack Richards got a little bit of work to do, and she severs the block. There we have our first times down. The judges will come and have a look. Now you can see Finn had that second scarf marked high up on the block because obviously there was a bit of harder wood further down, giving him an advantage. Very quick on the turn. Very quick on the turn, in fact. Didn't put a lot of work into that first scarf. He knew that he had all of the ability to get that second scarf done. Okay, good cut on number one. Okay, so Finn's block slabbed, so that's a DQ. Now, I mentioned before that I could see on Jack's block there were nails put in around it, and I did notice that Finn's didn't have the nails, and that slabbed out, which brought the DQ. So, means that perhaps those nails could have been in there, might have helped out a little bit. So if you just tuned in, we mentioned earlier on with the underhand what slabbing is. Slabbing is when you make the blow a little bit shallow into the scarf and it picks up the grain of the wood and the grain splits out sideways, taking the side of the block out. Now in some cases, if that block comes out, or that piece of wood comes out, but it's actually been severed, it's okay. But if it comes out that it's just slabbed out and hit the ground, not severed, then it will be a DQ from our match officials. All sounds a bit tricky, but when you've been round it a while, you get the gist of how this all works. So all I can say is anyone watching, if you're new to this, it's like practice making perfect. Just make sure you watch a little bit more and you'll pick all of those little nuances up as you go. So if you have a look at Matt here, if the cameras are on him over there, you can actually see in the top of the block there where that has actually gone through the grain, but it hasn't actually been severed. And probably having that scarf so high up on the block didn't help that either. Okay, from that last heat, you saw that we had a DQ for Finn Sloan. Jack Richards, he put in a time. 34.06 opens the bidding for the standing chop competition. Next up, we have from Tokoroa, Harry Hardy, and from Taumarunui, it is Morgan Bolstad. So Harry over on stand number 1, left side of the stage as you look towards the back of the stage. Morgan Bolstad on number 2, that's to the right as you look onto the stage. Great to see the Bolstad name and chopping, of course. Morgan, son of the late, great David Bolstad, and of course another generation up with that is Sonny Bolstad, who I watched chopping wood in black and white in the 1970s. One of the great exponents of the sport over time. So this is a great name in New Zealand wood chopping and world wood chopping at that.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, so it's almost like a battle of the Central North Island. Tokoroa plays Tau Marunui. Morgan Bolstad actually taking some nice kicks. The young man, he's still just a student. Harry Hardy, the logger from Tokoroa, makes the turn first. Morgan Bolstad now on the turn. Got a little bit of work to do. Harry Hardy, has he managed to work out where that scarf's going to go? Don't want to see any slabbing like we saw in the last one. Morgan Bolstad trying to make it up, but it's Harry Hardy starting to move that block. We can see some movement, but he got a stick. He's got another stick that might have given Morgan Bolstad an opportunity. And it might have given them the opportunity. And I tell you what, you pick it, ladies and gentlemen, because it's going to take a camera to pick that one, I think. Oh, great bit of work there on the catch-up from Morgan Bolstad. Harry Hardy just having a few sticks right near the end there that was costing him every time he put the axe into the wood. So we'll go and have a look at those times, see how it came out. Very good match race, absolutely dead level when the timers clicked the stopwatch, but we'll go and see whether there's a little bit of daylight between them. Yeah, got 2 good cuts, so the times are going to stand. So we just got some results hot off the press from heat number 2 in the standing chop competition here with the STIHL Timbersports Rookies National Final for 2022. How are they looking? Okay, so Jack Richards had set the pace with a 34.06. That was brought down by Harry Hardy to a 31.49. But I tell you what, the young fellow, the student Morgan Bolstad from Tau Maranui, 31 flat, leads the field at the moment. As we get ready for our next contestant to come on, he's going to be the Lone Ranger in this one because he is the odd man out in this particular heat run, and we would like to see the walk with builder Jordan Thomas come out to address his block. Now, if you're watching, you can see that some will only bring out one axe, some will bring out a second axe, and the same for the underhand. So if something happens to the main axe that they're using, they have the option to use the other axe to complete the cut. Happens very rarely, but always keep it there just and safe. Bit of an insurance policy. You can see they've chalked up those hickory handles for grip and looking to address that block. So Jordan Thomas coming up for us next.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Jordan Thomas, he's doing it on his own, so he doesn't have that pressure coming in over his shoulder from the other stand. He makes a bit of a scoop there as he comes up. Didn't pick up the block and slab, but he's got the nails in, I can see anyway, as he opens up this first scar, coming in towards the centre now. Places in his last driver, makes the turn, hoping to have a successful run. A few steps in this front scarf. Putting it in, there's a little bit of support there on the bank from the few contestants that are allowed here today. Here he goes and see some movement. There it goes. That looks like a good cut there for Jordan Thomas from a walk with. Looks calmly at his axe head. Just another day at the office. Have a look. Make sure those blocks have been cut cleanly, cut correctly. No slabbing. Cuts are good. Thumbs up there from Matt Hurry, our match referee. So now it comes down to that time at the moment. Morgan Bolstad's 31 flat time to beat. Of course, we're looking to aggregate all of these finishes over the day. There are points scale from 1st till 7th. And then, of course, if we get a dead heat, we go back and we calculate from the actual times themselves. So we'll clear the decks and get ready for our final heat. Okay, getting ready now for our final heat coming up in the standing chop competition. Let's welcome to the stage Matt Gower and Cleveland Cherry. Okay, so it's still Morgan Bolstad's 31 seconds flat to beat. Jordan Thomas came in with a 32.39. Good time, but not enough to take that top spot. So let's see what these two can do. So Matt Gower comes from the Republic of Whangamomana. If you haven't been to the Republic of Whangamomana and had your passport stamped, you need to go there. Sort of on the road between Taumaranui and Stratford. Almost in the middle of nowhere, but I believe there's some tar seal on the road nowadays. You can actually get there. But not to be put in the shade is the township of Tokoroa or Putaruru, which is where Cleveland Cherry's from.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, absolutely. Neck and neck on the first blow as they take care of that first scarf. A little bit of a slab up there for Matt Gower. Cleveland Cherry first on the turn. Oh, and he's done the big scoop, but hasn't slabbed it. He's fortunate. Those nails holding in place. Needs just to keep the accuracy in there. He's working a lot on speed. Takes care of some of the wood. Matt Gower also on the second side. He's probably had a chance to catch up, but it looks like Cleveland Cherry, and he's done it. He's done it. Could have been even a little bit quicker than it was, but it might be just enough. Matt Gower takes his in two. Right, we'll check the times. We'll check the blocks. See who's going to hold the upper hand in the standing chop. I've already done the stock saw. Saw Finn Sloan come through and take the honours on that, but unfortunately he's done a DQ on this, so that's going to be quite costly. Okay, so the cuts are good. So we'll wait for those times to come in. Looked like a pretty good cut there from Cleveland Cherry. Think he's got a pretty good chance of threatening Morgan Bolstad's 31 seconds flat. And next up we'll be into a little bit of single sawing, so stand by. We'll get the decks cleared and we'll explain that event to you, and then we'll be underway with the first heat for the rookies here at STIHL Timbersports 2022 at the QMU Showgrounds, just northwest of Auckland's CBD. Would have been a big A&P show here normally on this day, but unfortunately it is just us.
back. Well, it's all getting very heated here in our rookies competition because we've just had the standing block and our previous leader, Flynn Sloan, he DQ'd, so it was very costly for him. Taking out the standing block was Cleveland Cherry, but, well, Matt Gower is sitting pretty and he's currently demoing the single saw ahead of the single saw competition. What can we expect in this event, Phil?
What we can expect is some very worn out competitors and hopefully some biscuits that are cut off nice and cleanly, or cookies as they call them on the continent. Working with these saws are quite amazing. It's a piece of high carbon, very high quality carbon steel. Probably going to set you back about $3,000 to $4,000 for one of these from Tuatara Racing Axes and Saws. You can see their logo on there. They're a co-sponsor, just like the Axes. They make these by hand, specially for each competitor. And the competitors will always want to be keeping their best one for an event such as STIHL Timbersports. They may even use other ones at different events. So the way they work is this is how trees and lumber would have been cut before the chainsaw or bandsaws were invented. Usually on the timber they'd use a thing called an M-tooth saw, but for racing we use a thing called a peg and raker, and it's going to be a bit hard to see in the camera. But on each here, this is the cutting bit here, and there's 4 pegs on it. So they do the cutting. In behind is a raker. The raker takes the chip, or the noodle as we call it, and takes it out of the kerf, keeping the kerf clean so the saw can go. Really cool piece of equipment. They look after it like a family member. Usually as soon as any hint of moisture in the air, there'll be oil coming out to make sure that it can't rust.
Very special tool, no doubt. Now, Matt, I have to ask you, at what point does this event get a little bit challenging? At what stage?
It's quite challenging the whole way through on this event. Yeah, it's one of the hardest events, and yeah.
Do you attack it in terms of, do you have to get the rhythm, or how do you attack this event?
I attack it just trying to get a nice rhythm and try and get it nice and smooth and keep a nice pace and just keep everything moving nicely and keep it all smooth, yeah.
But you're feeling good for it because you've been doing well so far?
Oh, I don't know about that, but we'll have a go.
Very nice. Well, it's just about to get underway. Our athletes are ready, and it's, like I said, the ladies were physically exhausted after this one. It's certainly a physical one, that's for sure.
Thank you, sir. And your saw's already out on the deck.
Hey, Cleve, can you chuck me a board?
Are we on?
Can we come out now?
So if you just tuned in and you're looking on from the live stream, they're just getting ready for the single saw. So they're allowed to make a 25 centimetre starting cup into the top of the log. That just gives them a better chance to get the saw away and get it moving. They're going to make one cut. They've got to do it within 4 centimetres. That might sound pretty straightforward, but if they cut crooked, they could actually break the line. Generally, the whole idea of this thing is cutting straight, otherwise it's not going to work very well. So we'll wait for the match referee.
and to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, Jordan Thomas get a little bit of a hang up with an older style saw, the big tuatā. He saw of Matt Gower starting to pick up now. He had a little bit of a stop there as it managed to grab. Holiday used the whole saw, keep the rhythm up, keep it absolutely dead straight. As soon as you go off the straight, you're going to find that the saw will bow and catch just as you saw it there from Matt Gower. Okay, they'll be starting to breathe hard. Jordan Thomas going down. He's got that first quarter done, but at the moment Matt Gower's getting into the second half. He's just going to bully that thing through. He's just going to make sure it cuts. And there it goes. He'll be happy he's done it. Nice, clean, straight cut in the end. Jordan Thomas just getting a little bit of a bow at the back of the saw. Got to keep it straight. Got to use the whole length of that saw. They'll be working very hard here. Again, we talked about it earlier with Christina. Very aerobic sport. An absolute lung buster if ever there was one. Anytime it stops, of course, got to get the momentum going again. Got about 20% to go. Not far to go, Jordan. Keep it going. There's a builder from Warkworth, probably prefer a circular saw at the moment. Here he goes, not far to go. Gets a little bit of a bow in the right and the bottom. Got to get it going. Just get that last little tricky bit gone. Haul it back out. There she goes. Okay, so after all of that effort for Jordan Thomas, he's managed to pick up a DQ. He looks like he's gone through the 4 centimetre line, just breached it, which is unfortunate. Matt Gower looks like he's okay, got a good cut. We'll just wait for a time to come in so we can see what the opening bid is for the rookies on the single saw. Next up's going to be Finn Sloan and Jack Richards. Okay, so next up we have Finn Sloan and Jack Richards coming up to the stage in the single saw discipline here at the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Rookies New Zealand Championship. So you saw those big saws coming out before. Now we'll get them to action. Okay, so they've only got 4 centimetres that they can cut in, so they have to make sure they stay very straight. 25 centimetre starting cut to get the saw set up to go. So Jack Richards is on the right hand side on stand 2 as you look towards the back of the stage. A student from Autoto in Southland. And going to the top of the South Island, the Blenheim Sparky, Finn Sloan, looking on form first up in the day on the stock saw. Didn't do so well with a DQ in the standing, so there's a little bit of ground for him to make up. Both of these young fellas promising players in a sport that New Zealand needs the depth in, so these guys are really, really important to be running well. Developing through the sport. So in the prior heat, Matt Gower delivered a 34.93 seconds. So we want to make sure that for these guys, they start equaling that or getting better if they want to get up in the points tally as we head towards the finals. Unfortunately for Jordan Thomas, a DQ cut outside the limit.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So away they go, a lefty and a righty back to back. Oh, very good form there from Jack Richards. Nice style using the whole length of that tuatara. Whoa, oh, it's gone wrong. He can get back in the cut and finish it. It's going to give Finn Sloan a bit of an advantage here. Finn Sloan still working away. The tuatara he saw taking out the noodles, flying down onto the deck. He's got to have to keep it up. He's got a good time. He's cut it off. Looks like it's straight from where we are here now. Jack Richards getting back into the curve, making sure of the second half. Here he goes, opening up the shoulders, and down she goes. Oh, there's a little bit of a nip on the bottom. We'll let the judges have a look at it. Didn't all go his own way for Jack Richards, but Finn Sloan better. He's breathing hard. Must have put a bit of effort in. So 34.93 to beat, plus a clean cut. That's what we're looking for.
So for Finn, we have a good cut. Unfortunately, a DQ cutting.
Okay, so you heard it there from Matt Hura, match referee. It's a good cut for Finn Sloan, so we'll have a look what his time is. Unfortunately for Jack Richards, he's had a DQ. I'll say that little bit that got left on the bottom of the block's probably the guilty party. So Morgan Bolstad's going to be next up to the stage here in the single saw competition. We'll just do a little bit of cleaning up, get those noodles off the deck so that the footing is nice and grippy. So from that last heat, Finn Sloan back on form, managed to do the clean cut as we saw. Oh, he's waiting with bated breath here to see what that time is. A 22.9. Very good time there. So he leads with the quickest time so far. 2 DQs is making for some thin picking here. So it's up to Morgan Bolstead. Clean cut, good time. Could make the difference in the end. So Morgan Bolstead just setting up his saw now. One of our match referees, Laurie Honey, just checking to make sure that he doesn't go that 25 centimetres in that starting cut. Time to beat so far, just set by Finn Sloan, the Blenheim electrician at 22.9. So let's see whether the Taumaranui student can take that a little bit further down the line. Obviously the challenge is to beat that 20-second mark, get it down into the high teens. So you can see Morgan just tipping the saw on its back just to set up his line, set his rhythm. Done a few miles, that's all we can see with the Tuatahi branding just getting a little bit worn out, but it'll never go away because they are the best saws in the business. Certainly those first 2 times that have been recorded have been done with Tuatahi saws.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, here goes Morgan Bolstead. This is the 3rd heat in the single saw. And oh, hasn't he got good rhythm, this young fella from Taumaranui. Comes down through the first half. Has he got the gas to keep it going? And a lot of support from inside here under the athletes area. Cutting well, a little bit of a squeak. Can't use the oil on the saws like you used to in this event. Has to be unassisted. Comes through down, 10% to go, a little bit of a break, but he's managed to get the bottom through. I think he's cut it cleanly. Don't be put off by that. We'll wait till the judge has a look, but I think they look pretty clean. We'll double check it. Quite close to his 4 centimetre line on the block. That'll be the other thing that they'll need to have a quick look at. Okay, so the cut's good for Morgan Bolstead. We'll have a look at his time. Next up, we've got Tokoroa lads, Cleveland Cherry and Harry Hardy. So we'll get the deck cleaned up before we get those guys out. So hot off the press and the time, Morgan Bolstead putting in a 24.57. Good time, good solid time. Still Finn Sloan, just like he did in the stock saw, leading the race so far with a 22.9. Let's see whether the pride of Tokoroa can get up there and put that time down underneath the 20-second mark. That magic 20 seconds. Okay, looks like we're ready for our next two competitors. Harry Hardy, Cleveland Cherry. If you can get up on the stage, let's see whether we can bring that time down as under that 20-second mark. Okay, so these two young fellas from Tokoroa in the South Waikato, they've been cutting pretty well today, cutting pretty well in the other tournaments that we've seen them in, which has been a little bit hard under the current restrictions to have a lot of events leading into this, which has made it a little bit tougher because there's not as much match practice has been able to go in. So we'll get their starting cuts put in, 25 centimetres, no more. That saw at Cleveland's looks like it's not too old. Lovely and sharp, just trying to have a look through. I think we've got a 3-peg saw there for Harry. Certainly these soaring events, if you look at the overseas results over the last decade, the Kiwis been very, very strong in this event in all sectors, be it rookie, be it in the open classes, be it at the Sydney Easter Show. A lot of the records have been held by New Zealanders. In fact, when we get on to the open competition, the likes of Jason Wynyard, David McDonald, particularly with the single saw, been very, very strong. Certainly something that we want to keep up, because winning those world titles is all very well and good, but you need the depth, which is why we have the rookies grade. Okay, looks like we're going to do a bit of straightening up with the chainsaw somewhere. Shane Campbell just going to bring that back into line. Even a little bit of interest. I know that's just the rigging saw that we're using to clean those logs up, get them all straight, make sure we miss the knots. That's a STIHL MS 500i, and boy, that really stands out as being one of New Zealand's biggest selling saws, certainly alongside that stock saw we were using before in the MS 661. The 500i is your only saw on the market anywhere in the world which has electronic fuel injection. So for all the petrol heads that are listening in, the 500 really is the state-of-the-art chainsaw in New Zealand. There is nothing that will match its technology. In electronic engine management, electronic fuel injection, very, very good saw, wonderful power-to-weight ratio, anti-vibration system. In fact, after dominating all of the forestry work with the 90-plus cc saws for so long, with the classic MS 660 and latterly the 661, 500i in 2020, 2021, took over half of that share into those felling markets. That's how successful that saw is. 85cc sometimes doesn't have to be the biggest to be the best, and many have voted for the 500i, although we've seen a bit of a comeback on that 661 in recent time with the bigger trees. 30-year-old tree needs more torque, so you go to 91.2cc in the MS 661. But a good chance to see the 500 in action. Wonderful saw to use. If you haven't seen one or used one, go down to your friendly STIHL shop. They'll all have one there that you can have a look at, because everyone sells those. Okay, last measurements going in on Cleveland Cherry's log. Just going to flip the saw over, just check his line. Clean out any debris that's in the kerf. So again, a peg and raker saw. So the pegs do the cutting, and the raker in behind takes the noodle and clears it out of the kerf so that it doesn't bind the saw up when it comes to the opposite direction.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So yet again, it's the battle of Tokoroa between Harry Hardy and Cleveland Cherry. Oh, Cleveland Cherry cutting well with that new tuatara. He saw Harry Hardy's going to have to put the gas down if he's going to catch him. He can't see him, so I'll tip him off. But at the moment, it's Cleveland Cherry doing the work as he comes down on the bottom third. And he's still got the pace up. He's really rocking his Cleveland Cherry. He's been doing some work on that. Harry Hardy finishes out, which it will still be a pretty good time. But I'll tell you what, that looked good from Cleveland Cherry. Hopefully the judges will match his ability with their view on the cookie that he's just cut. Okay, both cuts are good. I can't wait to see the time on that. That was our final heat there in the single saw competition here in the STIHL Timbersports Rookies New Zealand Championship. So I'll get those times and we'll let you know what they are.
Yeah, I'll go get a gun.
So hot off the press, off the single saw, we've got the results from the last heat. And I'll tell you what, we set them the challenge of beating that 22nd mark, and Cleveland Cherry has done just that and done it in style with an 18.93. Harry Hardy not far behind to take the second fastest time in the discipline at 21.57. So the two lads from Tokoroa really showing the pace there at the end. See, Cleveland's just brushing down that saw. I said that they were like a family member, oiling it, brushing it down, putting it to bed.
You're right. Yeah.
Mind you, if it cost you $3,000 to $4,000, you may wish to do that, I think. But the future of New Zealand single sawing is looking good.
That's one of mine.
Which one was it? That one?
Yeah. It's not, I do think it will be that 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not a one. A 6-digit number.
I'll be at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Trying to find it.
Dan Campbell. Jared the Walt down there?
Over here and these two on the next thing, and I'm going to take over from Jimmy.
Can I grab one of those cards?
Oh, yeah, sure.
These are your roll, yeah?
Yeah, I am.
Yes, okay, cool. You got one?
Who's still?
What is this one? When you're doing this, what's your job? Just the other person, the far one, the close one.
Yeah, I've got 80 minutes left, so.
So we're just getting ready to get on to the underhand as our last discipline here in the STIHL Timbersports Rookies 2022 National Championship. So the blocks are set, 30 centimetre block for these guys. And we have some results of all of the disciplines combined so far before we add the underhand. So currently in third position is Morgan Bolstad. In second position so far, Matt Gower. And sitting in the top spot in pole position as we head into the underhand from Tokoroa, it is Cleveland Cherry.
And I kind of look for which guy looks like he's about to cut through.
Okay, yeah.
We are 3 events down with 1 to go here for our rookies competition at the STIHL Timbersports 2022 National Championships. Well, our standings are looking pretty good too. We've got Cleveland Cherry at the top, Matt Gower in second, and Morgan Bolstead coming out in third, and it's all heading into this final event, the underhand. Phil, what are the basics?
Yeah, well, this is really going to make it or break it for those three. They're going to have to really make sure they hold their positions. But essentially, we've got one piece of wood. Would be, imagine a log lying down in the forest. We're going to cut it to length and cut it in two. So one piece becomes two. Flat bits on the end of where they put their feet, because they're going to be cutting downwards. They've already marked the block with the crayon marks. They've picked from the drawn block where the best wood is to cut. One scarf, make the turn as fast and efficiently as they can, turn to the back, make the second, cut it into two pieces. Really simple.
That transition is key too, isn't it? Quite quick. There's two types. Talk me through it quickly.
Okay, don't know whether we're going to see it, but there's two types of turns. A step turn, well, I usually step between the block to reposition their feet to do the other scarf. Or if you're seeing the really spectacular, like Kyle Lehman, who unfortunately is not with us racing today, he does a thing called a jump turn, which means he will actually launch off the block and turn in mid-air. The axe will come down as he lands his feet down. Absolutely spectacular, and the fastest guys in the world, that's what they do.
Well, our athletes are ready, and it's heating up physically here too, just like the competition. Let's get into it.
Absolutely. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone who's tuning in on the live feed, we are ready for the final discipline here in the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Rookies New Zealand Championship. We're into the underhand chop. It's make or break for some of these competitors. Let's have our first two up in heat number one, Morgan Bolstead and Finn Sloan. So Finn Sloan from Blenheim, he's over there on stand number one. Over on the left-hand side as you look towards the back of the stage. And on number two on the right-hand side, Morgan Bolstead, a student from Taumananui. At the moment, Morgan sitting in the 3rd position on aggregate over the first 3 disciplines. Finn's had a bit of a mixed bag today, so this is really up to him to make a good job of this underhand cut.
Yep, what do you want?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So underway now on the underhand. Let's have a look here. We're going to go here. Morgan Bolstead. Geez, cutting well on this side. I can see already Finn Sloan clearing out the wood on the bottom of the cut already. Morgan Bolstead on the turn. Still a little bit of work to do there for Finn Sloan, but he's made the turn anyway. At the moment, Morgan Bolstead really cutting well, bringing it down, taking the wood out of the bottom, comes through the centre. I can start to see the daylight. He's done it. Morgan Bolstead, great cut to start the bidding here in this underhand competition. Rookies looking hot, as say, most important. We keep the depth in the New Zealand game here, and you're looking at it right now, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so the judge is just going to go and check the blocks. Wait for the call. And the cuts are good. So we'll get some times. Morgan looking good. Great way to open the bidding. Let's have a look to see whether Harry Hardy or Jack Richards are up next. Can bring that timing a little bit lower. Both Harry and Jack just outside that top 3. Morgan just inside it. Might have cemented his place a bit. Looking forward to seeing what the results are going to be. So hot off the press in the first heat in the underhand competition, Morgan Bolstead putting in a flying 22.6 to start the bidding. Finn Sloan at 27.77, so that 22.6 time to beat so far. Let's see whether Harry Hardy or Jack Richards can bring that down underneath that magic 20-second mark.
When you finish. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, ready now for heat number 2 in the underhand competition, the 2022 STIHL Timbersports Rookies New Zealand Championship. Let's have Harry Hardy and Jack Richards out to the blocks. So Jack Richards, who will be on the right-hand side on stand number 2, student from Autoto in Southland, up against the logger from Tokoroa, where else. Harry Hardy, he'll be over on the right-hand side on stand number 1.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Harry Hardy gets the bite first on the start. Jack Richards really working away into that centre now. Let's have a look and see who's going to be first on the turn. And it is Jack Richards, the Southlander. Harry Hardy still doing the work on that first scarf, making sure he's got enough done. Jack Richards really digging it in now, the young fella. Harry Hardy's got some work to do to get him, but let's keep an eye on the blocks before we see some daylight coming through and they stick the drivers and it's all done and dusted. There for Jack Richards. Wonderful underhand chop. Harry Hardy finishes it out. Still going to be a good time. We'll just make sure the times stand. Once the judges have had a look at those blocks, make sure everything's in good shape. Okay, so you heard it there from match referee Matt Hera. Jack Richards, good cut, unfortunately for Harry Hardy, cut into one of his footholds. And of course, as we explained earlier in the day, you cut those footholds, threatens the safety of the event, it's a DQ. So unfortunate for Harry. So we'll just clean up the stage and we'll get ready for our next heat and we'll hopefully get some times coming. Thought Jack Richards cut very well there, really putting in some good pace, bit of accuracy, quick on that turn as well. Okay, hot off the press, the results from our last heat. Of course, we know that Harry had a DQ, but Jack Richards put in a 26.35, so that's enough to hold him in the second position for the heats that we've held so far. Next up will be Jordan Thomas. Okay, ready now for heat number 3, and it's going to be a single coming forward. Jordan Thomas, builder from Warkworth, steps up to the block to record his time. Always a bit hard when you don't have enough competitors to put 2 up at the same time, but that's how it goes. But I'm sure there's going to be a fair bit of encouragement coming from around the stage that we have here to make sure Jordan can put in a good time.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Jordan Thomas now starts his heat in the underhand. He knows where he's going to be, wants to try and get below that 20-second mark as he opens up first scarf, working around. Oh, it's cutting well too, that poplar coming down from Canterbury where it's come from. Kelly Early supplied the timbers, done a great job in preparing. The wood has been cutting well. He's onto the other side now, made the turn nice and cleanly. Jordan Thomas from Warkworth, clearing out wood from the top, comes down, works in his round of hits. He'll already have in his mind where he wants to put them. I can see some daylight. She's starting to move. Oh, and it's going to take another driver. It's just confounding him in the bottom of the block, but there it goes. Jordan Thomas, everyone. Probably was hoping to get a couple of seconds off that, but that recalcitrant log just in the base there just didn't want to let go. So the judge is checking the blocks, make sure all is hunky-dory. Got the thumbs up, cuts good, time will stand. We'll get that in and have a look so far. Fastest time recorded. Still holding there with Morgan Bolstad on that 22.6. Let's have a look and see whether Jordan Thomas's time threatens that. Just as a hunch from watching, I don't think he's quite there yet, so it's going to be up to Matt Gower and Cleveland Cherry, who are leading the field in this last heat, to see whether they can take all of the glory out. So those last few blows that were just really holding up Jordan Thomas have cost him. It's given him a 33.63. So at the moment, Morgan Bolstad still holding sway with a 22.6. Up until the underhand, he was sitting in third position. So I'll be wanting to make sure that these next two don't actually take that away from him. But we've got the two top seeds from the event so far coming up in the form of Matt Gower and Cleveland Cherry. So we'll just clean up the stage and we'll have those two out and in action. So one's a diesel mechanic from Whangamamana, the other's a tractor operator from Tokoroa. It sounds like a pretty good pairing to me.
You're one hell of an operator, mate.
Cleveland's tractor breaks down. Matt can fix it. Okay, we can have our two competitors out. Here he is, leading the way is Cleveland Cherry from Tokoroa and Matt Gower from Whangamomana. So Matt will be on stand number 1, which is on the left-hand side. If you're looking towards the rear of the stage, Cleveland Cherry on the right. Okay, so respectively, Cleveland first up to this point, leading, needs to make sure of a clean cut and a good time. Matt Gower, your opportunity to take that top spot. And if either of you don't get there, Morgan Bolstad already recorded a good time. He'll be waiting in the wings to take that top spot.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So who's it going to be? Matt Gower, Cleveland Cherry here in this ultimate final here for the rookies. This is where it all counts. This is where the timber hits the deck or the rubber meets the road. It's Matt Gower first on the turn. Cleveland Cherry gets a little bit of a stick in his first one. He's going to have to step up the action here to get it through. Otherwise, it's going to be Matt Gower. A little bit of wood left in this first scarf over here from Matt. Watching to see, and I tell you what, Cleveland rocks, doesn't he? Oh, yes, he's managed to put that through just beautifully. Matt Gower gets a stick. He needs to keep going. He's got to get this through. Makes the turn back onto the first scarf. Goes through the drivers again, and he's still stuck. He needs to keep that time. Oh, and it's all working against him, but he's got it now. But, oh, boy, what a great way to finish the last discipline in the rookies competition. Cleveland Cherry, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a look at that time. Certainly made a little bit of harder work on that first scarf. Caught it up on the second. Matt Gower on that quick turn. Looked like he'd done the job, but it didn't quite go there. So our match referee's just checking to make sure the cuts are done to the rules. Oh, they're all going back to have another look at that block. You heard it, both cuts were good, so the times are going to stand. All we need to do now is get those times in, get the aggregates going over the 4 disciplines, and then we will know who is our 2022 STIHL Timbersports New Zealand Rookies Champion. So stand by.
enough to do the next thing.
I think I did that.
It's on the thing, it's on the other ring, so we need 18. Do you know how to switch this to the C300 to display?
This has been an absolutely fantastic rookies competition here in the 2022 Still Timbersports Rookies New Zealand Championship. Great effort, and it's so important that these guys do well because these are the depth of the New Zealand sport and the ones that carry on the great performances of the Wynyards and the Bolstads and those who have gone before them. So let's get to the podium. In third position, from Whangamamana, Matt Gower. So 21 points over the 4 disciplines achieved there by Matt. Second position, from Taumaranui, Morgan Bolstad. So Morgan with 23 points. So who can be on the top of the podium? It is from Tokoro, Cleveland Cherry. A 28-point haul. You saw him in the underhand, absolutely on fire today. Really deserving the spot. And the opportunity to represent New Zealand in Vienna, Austria in May in the World Championship for Rookies, and something very well thought of by New Zealanders because we actually hold that trophy at the moment. Well done, Cleveland Cherry. We have checked he is of age to drink that champagne.
Well, we have crowned our Rookies champion, Cleveland Cherry. Congratulations. Second last year, but you're back here on top of the podium. You must be stoked with that.
Yeah, it's not bad. Put a bit of effort into me soaring and that this year, but paid off.
Not getting too many competitions, and especially given that you're coming through the sport, so you must be stoked because you've been training so hard at home, I'm sure.
Yeah. I've done a bit of training, not too much, but yeah, there was bugger all shows on this year, which made it hard. But yeah.
What was your favourite? How did today play out for you? Did it play out to plan? I mean, obviously you got the result, but in your head?
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. Pretty good.
Very good. Well, we look forward to seeing you back in action next time. Next up, after the break, we have our men's competition, where it's a battle of the old and the legend. You have Jack Jordan, the defending champ, up against Jason Wynyard, our legend of the sport. Stay tuned.
This guy's really stepping over the bucket.
back. We are just about to get underway here at the STIHL National Timbersports Championship. We've just had the Rookie Championship where Cleveland Cherry took it out, showing there is plenty of promise in New Zealand for this sport going through the ranks. But the Men's Championship is next, and there is some very good talent, old and new. Talk us through it, Phil, our champion commentator and guru in this sport.
Well, I tell you what, looking at the field, it's quite a mouth-watering opportunity. I guess we've had the appetizer, we've had a fantastic entree. Now here it's time for the main course. And I tell you what, there's three champions that are actually in here in the form of Jason Wynyard, Jack Jordan, Shane Jordan. That's the first three out of the field. That's a pretty good way to start. And when we look at the rest of the field, they've been up there for some time as well, either members of the New Zealand team or really performing well.
Interestingly, the two Jordans you mentioned, brothers, but we have two sets of brothers in this competition to look out for, the McDonalds as well. There's three of them.
We do. We've got Willie, Nathan and David McDonald, very good performers. Nathan been in the New Zealand team, and David's certainly taken out honours in the Sydney Easter show, particularly with the single saw, and Willie really showed his form at a recent competition on the springboard. So really, really good to see it in the families. It tends to have a lot of genetics, as we've seen with the Bolstads and the Wynyards and everyone else that plays this game. But certainly the Jordans, Jack and Shane, they've both been New Zealand champions. Shane has certainly represented New Zealand in Europe. Jack hasn't had the opportunity simply because we weren't able to travel. So let's see what happens today. But they've got to knock over the big man himself, Jason Wynyard, sitting on 9 World Championship titles at the moment. But he's got to win this one first.
One thing you mentioned is the lack of competition, and it's fantastic we can bring you the STIHL Timbersports New Zealand National Championship today because of the situation that happens around the world, as we know. But, I mean, there is so much at stake because international competition is getting back up and running, and that provides opportunity for the man who wins here today.
Absolutely. In fact, it does it two ways. We've already seen the rookies competition, so we're looking to go to Vienna in Austria in May for Cleveland to represent New Zealand, and hopefully all the borders are open so we can do all this. But when we come to the National Championship, there are two events. One is called the World Trophy. Now, that is like a relay where one competitor does 4 disciplines in a row. It's the ultimate gut buster. It's so difficult. So that's going to come up in line with the rookies in Vienna. Then later in the year, the traditional competition with the single individuals will be in Gothenburg, Sweden, November.
And the last two that we've competed in went to Australia, is that right? So there's plenty on the line, but without further ado, we need to get underway. We need to get the competition underway. Can we introduce our athletes?
Okay, let's get them out on the stage. Hopefully they're all listening in. First up, and he's going to be running, Jack Jordan from Taumaranui, formerly of Stratford. He is the 2021 STIHL Timbersports National Champion, and with 7 world underhand titles to his credit. 25 years of age. Funnily enough, his favourite event is the underhand. Next up, Jason Wynyard from Massey in Auckland. 9 Timbersport world champions, 265 world titles, 10 world record holds, and a member of the New Zealand Order of Merit. And I can also add, I think, 16 lumberjack titles as well. This man has really been there. Become the veteran in the field at 45. His favourite event is the big one at the end of the event, the hot saw. Next up, from Taranaki, from Stratford, it is Shane Jordan. Shane was the 2022 Rotorua competition underhand champion and a bronze medal in the 2019 STIHL Timbersports World Championship. So he's been on the big stage, wants to get there again. We're talking 3 New Zealand champions as you see them right here, right now. His favourite event, the standing block. And wait for that one because you'll feel the whole stage move when he hits the block. Next up, David McDonald from Auckland, 33 years old. This is the single saw specialist. 3 world titles at the Sydney Easter show. But as we know with Timbersports, you've got to be able to do all of the disciplines, so the pressure is on. Keeping the McDonald flavour to it, Nathan McDonald, also from Auckland, has a world title under his belt, been a member of the 2016 New Zealand STIHL Timbersports team. And talking about the teams, that's something we are missing out on at the moment, probably because of the travel restrictions, because we won't have our team going over, and that's another one where we fight tooth and claw with our friends across the Tasman, but we go all the way to Europe to do it each time. Next up, Willie McDonald makes up the trifecta, also from Auckland, New Zealand under-21 team, and winner of the New Zealand Springboard title 2021, 27 years of age, and his favourite event is the stock saw. Now, coming back to the stage, and we've been looking forward to this for a long time. He's been a stalwart of the New Zealand team for many, many years. It is Adam Lowe from Nelson. He is a member of the 2017 STIHL Timbersports World Championship winning team. They beat everyone when they went. 14 world titles, age of 36. His favourite event, funnily enough, is the standing block. And I'm going to give everyone a bit of a lead in. Don't tune out until you've seen the standing block, until you've seen Bam Bam hit this thing. Righto, there's our competitors, everyone that's tuned in to us. They're going to put on a great show for us. Let's get them go away and we'll prepare for our first event. So our first event here in the National Championship is the underhand. Now we've actually described this earlier in the day, but essentially one block needs to end up in two pieces. And it needs to be done as fast and efficiently as possible from both sides. If you see the flat bits on each end, those are called footholds. Very important, that's where they get their balance from. However, should they cut into one of those in the event, they will be disqualified. So they do two things. They keep the athlete's feet away from danger, and they make sure that if you actually start straying, there's a chance you won't record a time. So very important. They've already marked these blocks, have been drawn earlier on to find the best wood, so that's where you can see the marks on them if you can see that from where you are viewing.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, a little bit of sibling rivalry for you. First up here with David McDonald on the right-hand side as you look towards the back of the stage, up against Willie McDonald, the younger brother. Both cutting well out of the first scarf, absolutely giving it everything. David McDonald first on the turn. Willie McDonald, now he's on the turn as well. Done a bit of work on the front. Let's have a look and see who's going to be first through. A little bit of a stick there for David McDonald. Might hold him up, give Willie a little bit of a chance, but he's done the job as David McDonald. He's got it in two pieces. Willie McDonald finishes his block now. So our first heat underway. We'll have a look at the times and have a look to make sure those blocks have been cut cleanly and correctly. So from Waiuku near Auckland, Willie and David McDonald. First up, bit of sibling rivalry. So just do a bit of clean up on the stage, change the blocks over. They're already sitting in their cradles out the back. They've already been drawn, marked, nailed. If you're looking close, you can see some nails around the top edges. Those are there to stop the block from slabbing should they scoop or make too much of a shallow hit onto the block. Because if the slab goes right out the side without being severed, that is also a DQ. So we have a result there from the first heat of the open underhand competition. Willie McDonald coming through, opening the bidding with a 28.64 seconds, and David McDonald just a wee way ahead of that at 24.27. So far 24.27, but we can expect to see this underhand go in underneath the 20-second mark. So stand by and let's have a look at our next two contestants that are coming up in the form of Nathan McDonald and Adam Lowe. So both axemen are standing up on their blocks now. If you're looking towards the stage on the left-hand side, it is Nathan McDonald from Auckland. On the right-hand side, Adam Lowe from Nelson.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Now we're starting to get into some of the heavy hitters. Adam Lowe, great to have him back in competition. Man, can he hit a block, but Nathan McDonald, both these guys been in the New Zealand team. Both turn at the same time as they head for the second scarf. Breaking out the wood from the outside as they head towards the centre. Oh, it's going to be quick. I can already see a little bit of movement in this Adam Lowe, and he's done it. He's only fractionally ahead of Nathan McDonald. Boy, that was a really good hit out. So you can start to get a bit of a taste as to what this is going to be like for the rest of the afternoon. We'll just check those blocks, make sure everything is tickety-boo as far as slabbing and making sure that the footholes are all intact. There, got it. The cuts are good, so the times are going to stand. We just need to get them in and have a look. So far, fastest time recorded, David McDonald, 24.27. There's a pretty good chance that that level might have just come down a little bit with that last heat. So we can see the next set of blocks coming up here and our next contestants. Oh, this is going to be good. Jason Wynyard up against Shane Jordan. Boy, has this been played out a few times over the last decade. Everyone should be looking forward to this as we open up with the underhand. Just get all those chips taken off the stage so we've got a nice clear area for feet. Our deck crew doing a fantastic job for us here all day. Very big to be running all three categories on the one day, but hey, we're just glad we can do it in this current environment with everything being cancelled. Not still Timbersports though, we're here to rock and roll and make some chips, cut some wood. Okay, let's get ready to get our next two contestants on, and oh, what a matchup this is going to be. Jason Wynyard from Massey in Auckland up against Shane Jordan, the man from Taranaki. Okay, these are both former New Zealand champions, and they like this event. So stand by. We're just looking at the results that have come through so far. Adam Lowe in that last heat put in a 20.40. So that's the time to beat so far. We knew we were going to head south of 20 seconds. I think we're on our way. Let's have a look to see whether Jason or Shane can bring that level down just a little bit further.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, this is one of the ones that we would have been looking forward to all day. The two big men going for it on the first scarf. Boy, there's some timber being moved here. Jason Wynyard first on the turn, just ahead of Shane Jordan's got a bit of a slab that he's having to balance on under his heel. The slab's given way. We'll check that later, but at the moment it's Wynyard first on the turn. Can he do it? Shane Jordan being held up a little bit by his footing that he's got from that slab that's moved away, but it's Jason Wynyard, puts it into two pieces. Oh, it's going to be difficult. He knows he has to sever that slab. There we have it. Two of the guns in there on the underhand. Not everything always goes to plan. Now, it's going to be very good to have a look at those times there. Certainly going to be close around that 20-second mark is the feeling I get. Be interesting to see whether they can take Adam Lowe's time out. That 20 seconds. 0.4. Okay, so both cuts are good. So even though we got a slab, the trick is to make sure that the piece of slab actually has an axe gone through it to sever it as well. It's a good example of how the sport is managed when things don't exactly go to plan. So we'll clean up the stage, and he's going to be doing the Lone Ranger job himself, but he is the current New Zealand champion. The next person up is going to be Jack Jordan, so stand by. Just get his block out there, get this stage a little bit cleaned up. Okay, so Jack Jordan is at his block. The match referees are sitting there, and we're just about ready to go. Or give me the signal and when we're ready to send Jack away.
James, just one will do.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Righto, the current New Zealand champion. Let's see him get away on this underhand block, and boys shifting the timber. This is looking quick too. Little bit of a stick as he comes to clear out the bottom wood as he makes the transition onto the back. Cutting away at the back now, working through very, very fast. The wood's cutting very well. This wood has come down from Canterbury. And oh, there she goes. We have to have a look at that time. Jack Jordan, everyone, formerly of Taranaki, he's moved up to Taumaranui of recent times. Cut's good, so the time's going to stand. We just need to see what it is. So that rounds out our underhand discipline. Next up, we've got a bit of stock sauce, so stand by. A bit of noisy action coming your way soon. Right, we just had the results come back in to the commentary box. Let's have a look at the heat that you saw before with Jason Wynyard and Shane Jordan. Jason Wynyard returned to 22.28 and Shane Jordan to 24.25. So the fastest, however, you've just seen him, and he was doing it on his own, which is not that easy at times, with 18.56 seconds. It is our current national champion, Jack Jordan, staking his claim for the New Zealand Championship again. Very good to have Adam Lowe back. That 20.4 held, and that's the second best time coming through on our first discipline. Very good way to open his account for this Timbersports National Championship.
Cordless power, made by STIHL.
So now they're going to take 15 seconds. They've got time just to get the saws going, get them warmed up, get in their own mind what they're going to do as far as the cuts go. You can already see some have marked the block. The trick is to get down and come back up without cutting through the limit and make sure that the cookies are round.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, so the first bit is the snatch to get that idling saw up off the ground as they go into the first cut. Keep the balance of the power down without bogging it or without overrunning it and not doing the cutting. First on transition, Adam Lowe. David McDonald's on the upswing now, but it's Adam Lowe all the way. He's obviously going to make this comeback to the competition after a couple of years out. Looked pretty good. Hasn't left a lot from the limit mark, but I can see it all from here. As long as it's the same on the other side, we're fine. So each of our referees will check each of those cookies, make sure they're perfectly round, make sure they haven't cut away. Okay, so you heard it there from Matt Hur, our match referee. Both cuts were good, so the times are going to stand. It was a great way to start, nice and clean. Now you might have noticed too that they start with their hands up on top of the wood. There's a line down the centre of that log. They have to have 4 fingers of each hand breaking that line to start. If they don't, it is a disqualification. Just make sure that each contestant has exactly the same chance as the other. So we'll clean up the chips, that brand new saw chain from STIHL, made in its factory in Switzerland, a place called Veal. Cuts beautifully. So Shane Campbell and his deck crew just straightening up the face of the block so that the next contestant using it has a nice, clean, straight face to start his cuts from. The last thing you want if it was crooked, it would make it very difficult to keep within the limit stops. So the new line's going on there. 4 inches in the old money. Getting ready for our next 2 contestants, and they are going to be, as you saw in the first round in the underhand, Nathan McDonald and Jason Wynyard will be stepping up to the stage. So we're using the standard full chisel saw chain exactly as they'd use in the forest for this racing event. And of course STIHL makes its own chain. It's always good to know the manufacturer who makes the power head, makes the bars, makes the chains themselves, because you know that it's all going to work in symphony with each other and provide the best results in the fastest cutting saw that you can buy in New Zealand.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, it's a 15.93 to beat that was set by Adam Lowe in the first heat. Let's have a look how they come down. Jason Wynyard, no stranger to using an MS661, but I tell you what, the transition is exactly the same with Nathan McDonald. Let's have a look and see how the cookies fall, and it's going to be Wynyard just fractionally ahead of Nathan McDonald. Nice clean cuts. You can certainly see the limit lines showing on the block from here, so that should be fine. Looks like the cookies are nice and round, no edges been cut away. So you heard it there, the cuts are good, just we need some times. As at the moment, Adam Lowe leading the field at 15.93 seconds. That was a nice clean cut by Nathan and Jason there, so we'd expect to see the times to be pretty healthy. So we'll just clean up the stage and then we'll get on to our next set of competitors. Right, if you thought that last heat was looking a little bit quicker than the first, you'd be absolutely right. Nathan McDonald coming in with a 14.19, but leading the field as we stand right now before this next heat, Jason Wynyard with a 13.69. Next up, we have the what would have been the Taranaki combo, a little bit of sibling rivalry with Jack Jordan up against Shane Jordan. So as you look towards the stage, Jack is on the left and Shane on the right.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And a very good pick up there by Shane Jordan, just getting the snatch slightly ahead of Jack. Comes down and we're going to see, I tell you what, Jack's made up for it though, but he's had a bit of a fail at the start of the second cut. It's going to give Shane a little bit of an advantage. He gets up on his toes and drops that cookie straight down on the ground. So Shane Jordan taking the honours in that matchup between the two brothers. We'll check those times. Jack just held up by coming up for that second cut. Just made a miss hit to start and had to come down, which just cost him vital parts of a second. So the time to beat so far, 13.69 recorded by Jason Wynyard. So the judge is just having a look at the cookies now, make sure that they're all done correctly. We're going to have another look at the second cut there by Jack Jordan. Just go down and inspect it. As long as he came on the outside of it and cut straight up so there was a clear edge, should be fine. So, of course, the Jordan family hailing from Stratford and Taranaki these days. Jack's up in Taumaranui. Both very familiar with using steel chainsaws. Okay, so the wise men have had a look.
Both cuts are good.
And both cuts are good, so the times will stand. We just need to know what they are. And we come up to our last heat with Willie McDonald, one of the locals, or probably from Waiuku, just a little bit south of the city. So hot off the press, we've got some results from that last heat with Jack Jordan coming in at a 14.33. But Shane Jordan, the older sibling, with a 12.94, certainly leads the field in the stock soar competition, with just Willie McDonald the opportunity to bring that down just a little bit further. So early in the day we were seeing these well above the 20-second mark in the other grades. Now we're into the National Championship for STIHL Timbersports. We're starting to see those come well down, heading towards the 10-second mark. 12.94 is a good time on any standard. So Willie's got his log marked. Just making sure that the limit marks have been put in.
I will give you 15 when you're ready. I'll give you. Yep.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Now Willie McDonald, he likes the stock saw. This is his event. Let's see how he's going to go. That saw sounds like it's loading up through the first cut quite a bit, putting a bit of weight on it. Oh, it's a very thin cookie. He's not left a lot there to be desired. If it's just off and he bogs a little bit on the uppercut, will be costing him seconds as Willie McDonald finishes the second cookie. Okay, doesn't look like he's gone to the limit, but we're going to have a pretty close look at that first one. It's a bit of a wafer. It is. So just make sure that it's a completely round wafer and we'll be fine. Okay, so just waiting on the decision now.
Cut's good.
Cut's good. Thin is good. Bit like Matt Gower earlier in the day, he cut one of those wafered cookies as well and got away with it. So we'll wait for a time to come in for Willie and we'll know where we stand in the stock saw competition. And then we'll go back to using an axe for the standing chop, which will be our next event. So Willie McDonald's time for the stock saw was a 15.23 seconds. That's still a pretty handy time in the scheme of things. Managing to get past David McDonald and Adam Lowe in the finishing order, but not quick enough to beat Shane Jordan's 12.94. So we'll go to the centre of the stage as we head towards the standing competition. That will be next up.
Leaving stuff in there. Leaving stuff in there.
Okay, so getting ready now for the standing chop competition. First up, the two brothers, Willie and David McDonald, get up to that 30 centimetre block that we're going to be cutting.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And away we go here for the first outing in the standing chop. This is an event a lot of the guys like because they can give it the absolute full force. 30 centimetres is going to be dealt to pretty quickly. As you see, they open up the first scarf, make the turn, cut to the back. If you can imagine, this is a tree standing in the forest before Mr. STIHL invented the chainsaw. This is how it was done. Let's have a look. Who's got it? And it's Willie McDonald too. The youngest of the McDonald clan. Manages to do it. Dave McDonald finishes his out. Time's still going to be important, however, so we're going to see what that is. But first, judges, have a look at the blocks. Make sure they're all cut correctly within the rules. So the cuts are good. All we need is a couple of times. Crikey, that blower that they're using to clean the deck doesn't make a lot of noise, does it? So that's the brilliance of having a STIHL battery machine. And the brilliance actually goes further, because once you've got that battery, there's a whole lot of other things you can run off it, from lawnmowers to chainsaws to line trimmers to hedge trimmers. You name it, we'll give it a go. Probably the best in the business, no doubt. Quality always wins. Okay, so we're getting ready now. Heat number 2. So it's going to be a standalone here for Nathan McDonald from Waiuku near Auckland.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, a very, very good standing chopper here is Nathan McDonald. Let's have a look. He's really cleaning out, and gee, that's quick on the turn. He's done a little bit of work on the front, but he feels it's enough as he starts to strike through, cutting in from the back. Comes through from the top, clears out the wood, putting in the drivers, and away she goes. Told you he was good. Told you he was good. Pops that Tuatahi axe back in its cut holster. Matt Hera takes a quick look, knows damn well that's a really good cut. Everything done to practice. We'll get those times in. Give you a little bit of an update shortly. Just do a little bit of clearing up here, and then we'll have our 2 next contestants on. And you're starting to see the real heavy hitters come through. So next up, you're going to see Jason Wynyard and Shane Jordan. You've seen them in action already, looking pretty good. Then following them will be Adam Lowe and Jack Jordan. So there's plenty of action to come in this standing chop. Great to have it early. This is a fantastic event to watch. Really one for the aficionados and fans of wood chopping. They all love the standing chop, and many of the competitors see exactly the same way. So the blocks just making their way out now. They were drawn earlier, so all of the blocks are drawn. They can't just stroll out the back and try and be the first in, first serve with the best grain or the least knots. They take what they get from the draw, and then they will go through that piece of wood looking for the knots and where the best fibre of the wood is, and they will mark it, as you can see there, with their front and rear scarves. Round the top of the blocks, it might be a bit hard to see from where you're watching, but there's a line of nails that are banged in and bent over. Those are put in there to try and prevent the block from slabbing sideways. So if they make the cut too shallow, it could pick up the cut and pick up the grain in the wood and slab out. Okay, ready now for our next two contestants, if we can please welcome to the stage Shane Jordan and Jason Wynyard. So as we've mentioned before, both of these gentlemen have been our New Zealand champions. Both have been on the big stage in the individual world championship offshore. Shane getting onto the podium on his attempt. Jason Wynyard, however, 9 to his credit. Wants to go over there and get 10, we know that, but he's going to have to win here to be able to go and make that happen. Fastest time so far recorded in the standing chop competition is Nathan McDonald with a 16.26. So those times came down very quickly from our first heat, which Willie McDonald scored a 21.4 and David McDonald with a 27.59. So 16.26, new line in the sand. Every opportunity for these two to bring that down just a bit further, and then we have Adam Lowe and Jack Jordan, probably the top seeds for the standing competition.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, we've been waiting for this one all day too. There's been so many events coming up in this national championship. Still Timbersports 2022 is going to be the year. Shane Jordan first on the turn, but only a fraction of a second behind is Jason Wynyard. Oh, we've had another slab coming out from Shane Jordan, but I think he'll be fine because he cut it on the first time through. Jason Wynyard finishes his, has a look at the block. So twice now we've seen that slabbing action come with Shane's block, but he's got away with it the first time. Pretty good chance it'll be fine this time because it actually just fell through as he hit it from the other side. As long as that axe is severed, he'll be all right, but we're going to make sure when we get the judges to have a look at it. So our two contestants shake hands. I tell you what, they compete against each other very often, but it's always best when they're wearing the New Zealand shirt and competing for us against the rest of the world. But we've got the thumbs up on both sides, so despite the slab, the scores and times are going to count. So as we make the final preparations to the stage to get everything cleared, standing up at their blocks already, Adam Lowe from Nelson, Jack Jordan from Taumaranui. So Jack will be on the right-hand side as you look towards the back of the stage. Adam on the left on stand number 1.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, we're really getting into the heavy hitters now. We've seen some quick times. Let's have a look at the cadence, how fast Jack Jordan hits that block, but the heavy hits coming in from Adam Lowe on the other side. This is his event, the standing, get a little bit of stick on the top. Jack Jordan's got it moving, and he's going to do it too. Adam Lowe not too far behind, but it's all Jack Jordan as we look on to heat number 3 in the standing competition. In the previous heat, Shane Jordan recorded 16.01. Those cuts are good, so we're going to have to see where those times are. But I'm going to take a punt that time has been brought down further. Up until this last chop, Nathan McDonald with a 16.26 sitting in the second spot. And Jason Wynyard with an 18.43 in third. But I think we're going to have a couple of very quick times coming out of that last heat. So we'll get them on the board and start putting them as we aggregate all these scores, looking for the 2022 STIHL Timbersports National Champion. Okay, hot off the press, we've got the times for the final heat in the standing competition. Adam Lowe pulling in a 17.30. Probably would have been expecting to go a little bit harder than that, but Jack Jordan, he's really showing his form with a 14.96 to lead the field out of the standing competition. So very, very good result, breaching that 15-second mark, good by any standards, as these guys start to look towards the World Trophy in Vienna in May, and also the STIHL Timbersports World Championship title in Gothenburg, Sweden in November. So that's where it's all heading. But someone has to win the New Zealand Championship first. So the next event coming up is going to be the single saw. Now we've done some seedings based on the current positions. Now we're halfway through the events, but we're not halfway through the points, because when we get to the springboard, the points are double. When we get to the hot saw, the points are triple. So as we stand right now, currently leading the field is Jack Jordan. And to make it a good family connection, Shane Jordan sitting in 2 with Nathan McDonald in 3, Jason Wynyard in 4, Adam Lowe in 5, Willie McDonald in 6, and Dave McDonald in 7. So there are the placings as we are halfway through the event tally, but there's plenty of points left to come. Next up, single saw. So first up in the single saw is going to be Willie McDonald. Because of the odd number of contestants, we're having to run with singles in each discipline. So the blocks get a little bit bigger for this event compared to the previous 2 categories we've had. We're up to 460 mils. I think that's 19 inches in the old money. They've got 4 centimetres width to make the cut, and they have a 30 centimetre starting cut. So for the women's and rookies, it was 25 centimetres. Now we get into the championship, it grows out to 30 centimetres. So that's what Willie's just doing now. Laurie Honey is just measuring to make sure that he keeps within the 30 centimetres. And of course we put that starting cut in to give the saw a good chance to get away and record a time. Bit of a change over the years. They used to be able to have a helper who could put a wedge into the cut to keep the kerf open, and could also put lubricant on the saw to keep it moving. So that has changed. So now we are just saw, wood and sawyer. So Willie McDonald just settling the saw in. Peg and rake a saw. We mentioned when we went through these tools earlier on in the day, most saws for competition would be 3 or 4 pegs, 1 raker. Take the noodle out of the kerf, keep it free.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So first away, Willie McDonald, heat number 1. Gets a big bow and a catch. He's going to have to make up for that. It breaks his momentum, but now he's getting away, using the full length of the saw. Shorter saw. Some of these can end up being very, very long, very large saws. Working his way through. Goes through over the halfway mark now. Oh, and a bit of a stop. That's going to stop the time a little bit. Last cut's coming through now, and she's all over Rover. Let's have a look at the time. Let's have a look to make sure everything has stayed within its bounds. Grabs a big breath. This is a very, very tough aerobic competition. Possibly one of the hardest of all of the disciplines that we see today. So very, very close to the limit line on the bottom side. We can see from where we are. So match referee's just having a look to check it. Willie McDonald looking on, trying to will it that it isn't over the line.
Unfortunately, the Sawyer has cut through the line.
Okay, so that's very unfortunate there for Willie McDonald. He's just gone through the limit line. It's not very big on those cuts that they're allowed to make, because they're only got to make one, but it's gone through the red line, and unfortunately, that will be a DQ. Just so you know, the limit for that cut, although they've got to make one cookie, is 4 centimetres. So the single buck, single saw, it is a 460 millimetre log. They have 4 centimetres to make their cut, and they are allowed a 30 centimetre starting cut. So there's not a lot in it. It means that saw has to stay very, very straight all the way through. So who we got coming up next here in the single saw, the 2022 STIHL Timbersports National Championship? We've got David McDonald and Nathan McDonald as our next 2 contestants coming up. So both very good sawyers, but in particular David McDonald holds those world titles. Dominated the Sydney Easter Show a few years ago. Very, very good competitor on this particular piece of equipment. And after a long line of top Kiwis who run the single saw. So as you look at the stage, it'll be Nathan McDonald on stand number 1, which is closest to the centre or the left-hand side if you're looking towards the back of the stage. David McDonald on stand number 2, that's on the right-hand side as you look towards the rear of the stage. So we've seen 3 of the McDonald brothers in action so far in the single saw. We're certainly looking at that saw of Nathan McDonald's. A lot bigger saw, very suitable for the taller athletes. But the whole objective is to use the entire length. So it's no use having a longer saw if you're only using the centre section. David, one of the experts at this, using a shorter saw. So they'll just slide the saw through on its back side, just making sure they clear any debris that's left in the kerf from the starting cut. Make sure it's all clean so they get a nice, clean, easy start. So Nathan McDonald just working through his cutters back into the starting cut. David McDonald just takes one last look, just getting it exactly in the right position. Okay, let's watch for our match referee.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, heat number 2 in the National Championship of STIHL Timbersports. 2 very good sawyer, these McDonald brothers. David on the right, Nathan on the left. Look at the big saw going there from Nathan. He's got the height and the beef to match and drive it through. And he might even have the honours here, but it's going to be a close run thing. And there he goes, puts that last blow through, and the cookie hits the ground just ahead of brother David. All making the most of that extra length in the saw. Using the whole length, that's the way it's done. Good momentum, good rhythm. So all it's left to do is just to make sure that we don't have anything that's cut out. And then we'll start to record a time and have a look how we're going. Okay, so the cuts are good. All we need is a couple of times. We've no times recorded yet from William McDonald's first heat. I see Jason Wynyard, Adam Lowe coming up for us next. A little bit of a tidy up of the stage before we get those 2 guys on. So we're just marking up the blocks now, getting ready for the next heat here in the single saw competition. So as you look towards the back of the stage, it'll be Adam Lowe from Nelson on the right-hand side on stand number 2. Jason Wynyard on the left of him towards the centre of the stage on stand number 1. So a bit of a north-south match race here. Okay, so we've already seen that trying to stay within that limit line, it's not very big at 4 centimetres, has to be kept. So each of them will start put their starting cuts in shortly, which is allowed to be 30 centimetres at maximum. Okay, so we've got some times come in from heat number 2. Nathan McDonald taking the honours with a 17.83 and David McDonald with a 20.08. Let's see whether he can bring that time down. Very good exponent of the single saw is Jason Wynyard. Adam Lowe's been performing pretty well on his return to STIHL Timbersports. Great to see him back. See the brand on Jason Wynyard's saw is Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws. They are one of our co-sponsors here, providing some wonderful competition axes for each of the divisions and also making the best saws and the best axes in the world for competition. In fact, even if you like the look of these axes, you don't have to have the full competition. You can have the version down, the work axe. Still a pretty penny, but I tell you what, it's an absolute work of art, and if you really like your tools, you can't go past that. They are based in Masterton. On the main drag there as you head south, but they really are a bunch of artisans that make the best product in the world. Okay, so it looks like we've got our starting cuts in.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, good draw from both as they pull the saw back to start. Slight hesitation there from Adam Lowe. Jason Wynyard getting into his work now. Absolutely driving it through. He's probably gone through the 60% mark while Adam Lowe's still sitting about 50, and still they come through. Bloody beautiful action coming through, and he drops the cookie on the ground. Oh, there we have it, Adam Lowe, not too far behind, but excellent sawmanship there from Jason Wynyard. So the two sawyers pick up their boards, pick up their saws. Some of those saws can be up to $4,000 in value. They're very well looked after by their owners. They often go back to the likes of Tuatahi for expert sharpening. And certainly the top saws for the top competitions will always come out as we see them here today. Cuts are good, that's what we wanted to hear, so it comes down to times. Currently the best time to beat Nathan McDonald on a 17.83. Okay, a few times to hand from the last heat. Jason Wynyard finishing out with an 18.7, just outside Nathan McDonald's 17.83, and Adam Lowe coming in with a 21.97. Now, there has been a judge's referral on Willie McDonald's early DQ, and it has been deemed that the cut was good, so it will stand, and so Willie put in a time of 26.09 seconds. So coming up next, we have Jack Jordan and Shane Jordan in the single saw competition. So as you look at the stage, it'll be Jack towards the centre on the left on stand number 1, Shane on 2, which is to the right-hand side. Two very accomplished sawyers for you in action now. At the moment, the time to beat that 17.83 recorded by Nathan McDonald in the earlier heat.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And here they are, the Jordan brothers away, and these are good guys on these big single saws, using the shorter saws than we've seen in some of the other heats. Absolutely, neck and neck as we watch it now, as Shane Jordan gets a little bit of a bow. Could actually cost him, he gets another bow. It's giving Jack Jordan the opportunity to come through and complete his cut a little bit. Oh, and it's catching, gets it through on that last blow, and there's not a long way behind to get through to Shane. Both being hung up by that big bendy saw. Doesn't take, it's only got to go offline slightly and it will bow or it will jag or it will snag in the cut. We'll have a look at those times, make sure that everything is done as per the rules. So some great competition for you here if you're tuned in and watching on a device or you broadcast it up on your TV screen. The cuts are good, so we just need some times to complete the single saw competition. So that's 4 disciplines in the STIHL Timbersports run out of the way. We still have the springboard and the hot saw to come, so if you're watching in, stay tuned. Plenty of action coming here from the big stage at the QMU A&P Showgrounds, just northwest of Auckland.
Is there 2 at the same, do they both go at the same time?
No, that'll be first one.
How much did they get to them?
150. So one.
We already got it up. Top 1, and then I suppose we also need this one. Yeah, I suppose we will. Yeah.
cordless power made by STIHL.
We are 4 events down with 2 to go, and they're 2 very exciting events here at the men's Timbersports 2022 National Championship. Well, there's plenty more to go, but we've got Nathan McDonald in the top spot, Jack Jordan in second, and then rounding that out with Jason Wynyard, our legend, of course, he's sitting in third spot. But anyway, here to talk us through the springboard, which I tell you is one to watch, is Phil. Take us through it.
Now, the springboard sort of bases itself on the heritage of actually logging all around the world as well as New Zealand. So if you can imagine a tree that's growing in a forest will probably have large buttressed roots there. So it's no use trying to cut that down with an axe because they're too hard and too difficult to cut because they're all knotty and just too hard. So what they needed to do was get above the roots and the buttresses and get up into the clearwood. So how did they do that? They actually climbed up the tree. And this is exactly what we're replicating here. So they'll take these boards. Okay, so this is a springboard made of cedar. It's got a cast clip on it, and it looks like a paper clip, doesn't it? They're going to cut a pocket into this tree. This has already been marked. So usually the best pockets are done with about 4 blows. Really easier said than done. Once that hole has been cut out with the axe, they'll pick the springboard up, jam it in there, and all going to plan, it'll be sitting out nice and level, perhaps just a little bit on the high side. They can usually take about 5% either way, up or down when they're on. They'll climb on top of that, pick the axe up, and cut the second pocket. So the second pocket, once it's cut, they'll reach down, grab the second board, put that in, and then clamber up on that board. And once they're up there, they can address the block on top. That's a 270mm diameter block. It's 2.74 metres up in the air. So as you can probably imagine, you've got this much room to stand on. The tree's moving, that's moving, and they're 2.74 metres off the ground. This is a real test of skill and agility. And it's interesting, sometimes the big guys like the big heavy boards for being strong. Some of the lighter guys like them with a bit of flex. It actually helps them when they make the cut. They've got to cut that from 2 sides, so they'll do most of the work on the front side, then they'll turn to the back, and it almost looks like a backhand stroke. They call it a slashing stroke because we only go up one side. Some competitions go up both sides. We're just one side. Once they've knocked that in 2 pieces, that's it. Stop the clock. We'd like to see round about the minute mark.
And it spices things up as well because it's all worth double points if it wasn't already so much on the line as it is. Well, our athletes are ready to go, so let's get to it.
Does that make sense to you guys? Because if it did, everyone else will understand it.
They'll see it after we do it, and then they'll understand. They're hard on me, these judges, right? You've got to keep me honest while you do that. Yeah. Waiting for our time.
So here we are on the first heat of the springboard. We've just described to you how it works. Let's go and see how it really works with the pros in action. So first up, we've got Jack Jordan and Willie McDonald standing to their trees.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, so both contestants putting in their first pocket. As I said, the ultimate would be 4 hits. Depends on how tough that particular piece of pine is. So first board's in, both neck and neck. Jack Jordan just closest to the stage. Willie McDonald just a little bit further away. Willie cutting very well on springboard a little bit earlier in the year. So both working second pocket. First one to jam the board in is Willie McDonald, showing the form that we've seen earlier, test the board. But here we are, both onto the board at the same time. Jack Jordan, very agile as he gets up, makes the first hit. Now remember, 270mm block, 2.74 metres in the air. You need a little bit of a head for height, and you need a lot of balance. Those are really good boards, just sitting about 5 or so degrees off the level. It's a great bit of wood coming out here from Jack Jordan. Love the form that we're seeing here. Can't quite see how much wood Nathan Willie McDonald has shifted from where I'm standing, but I'm sure there's a bit gone. But at the moment, it's all Jack Jordan. He's got enough would do. He's going to turn to the back very soon. Can't take it off from one side. Has to be done from both sides. Down comes the first of the slashing strokes. As he goes to the back, and there she goes. Willie McDonald just coming to the back now. He's got to score his time. He still wants a good time because they all calculate together for the aggregate scores for the day and for the national championship. Goes back into the front. Just not happy that he's done enough. A little bit of that wood slabs off. But certainly in that round, it was Jack Jordan all the way, looking absolutely bang on the mark for a springboard. Here comes Willie now. It's got to go sooner or later. Goes to the far side, puts those final cuts in. There it goes. Wasn't a lot left by the time he finished. Willie McDonald, everyone. Very good hit out our first heat in the springboard. Okay, so the judge is just checking. We'll just make sure that everything has been done correctly. Okay, so both cuts are good. All we need is a time, and we get ready for our next two contestants here in the springboard competition. Now, you heard Christina before. There's a lot riding on this because all of the events up until now have just been straight points. When we get to the springboard, we double the points. So that means if you're sitting a little bit further down the field and you're a very good springboard competitor, here's the opportunity to make up a lot of ground. Also means that if you're actually in the top of the charts as well, it works the other way. If springboard's not your thing, can be very costly late in the day. So next up we're going to have Jason Wynyard and Adam Lowe. So we go to the far end of the paddock. So right down the far end there is Jason Wynyard. Just in front of him, Adam Lowe. Is there a rigging axe up there, please? Okay, so just doing last minute preparations here. Jason Wynyard, now he's allowed to take that bark off because he's going to put in Marcus' pocket. I think he's had second thoughts about where the pocket may be positioned. Because as you can see, they've already been onto their trees and already marked where they're going to go. And of course, there's a bit of geometry in this because you actually have to have those boards placed in the right position so that by the time you address the block up top, you are in the right position to hit the scarves that you've already marked on it. Because just like every other event, all of the blocks are drawn. And so each contestant's gone through their block to work out where the best place to draw their lines to place their scarf. And as we know with this one that we've seen in the first, most of that is done from one side. So it looks like he's just going to bring the pocket line just down a little bit further.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So the two big men addressing the pole. Here they go. First pocket's going in now. So Adam Lowe, something sounded a little bit metallic in there, but both first boards are up. Look like they've got a very good balance, holding up at the back, both sitting about level. As you saw in the first heat, those boards were up at about 5 to 10 degrees up, which means it's got a lot of purchase into that pocket. Second pocket's going in now. Axe goes into top, getting ready. Jason Wynyard first, puts the clip in, tests the board, jumps up. Great agility from these big men. Adam Lowe now putting in a second board, slams it into the pocket, gives it a bit of a lean, and up he goes. But at the moment, it's all Jason Wynyard taking out the scarf. Adam Lowe now also onto that top block. So you can hear them breathing hard. There's a lot to balance on those boards. They actually look like good boards, a little bit of about a 2 degree down on both. Jason Wynyard goes to the backside, starts his rear strokes as he turns to the back. How long is it going to be? Haven't got a time for Jack Jordan on his first run through, so there's a lot riding on it. Down she goes. Jason Wynyard performing well. Adam Lowe still taking most of the wood out of the first scarf. Board seems to be sitting well. Good grip, good balance. Always hard to keep the concentration on hitting that block when the tree is moving, the board's moving. Adam Lowe now turning to the back. Puts the first strike in nice and close as he works his way around. Puts another short stroke in. Didn't quite go as well as he needed it to. Goes towards the back of the scarf. Starting to find she's getting hard now, but there it goes. Adam Lowe, everyone. There's not too many competitors usually put the springboard as their favourite discipline. There's certainly the Gurr family of Tasmania. They always put it there. They're very, very good at it. But it's one of those things that has to be done well. We've got 2 good cuts, so we're going to record it because with double points, these events really, really matter in the championship finals, both here in New Zealand and, of course, in the World Championships to come. So our timekeepers are just checking the times. Just looking through it, a bit of a guesstimate. I would say that Jack Jordan's was possibly the quickest so far. Jason Wynyard probably coming in a second. But we'll wait for the times to confirm where those positions will be, because again, makes a lot of difference to where the final tallies are by the time we get to the end of the day. We got the thumbs up. That's working well. Timers look like they're ready. So our next contestants coming up will be Nathan McDonald will be running on his own, being the odd man, the odd number in this round of heats. So just about ready to go, just repositioning some cameras, repositioning some timekeepers. All eyes on our match stewards that when we're ready to go. So Nathan down there at the bottom of the paddock. Let's see if he can put in a very good springboard. Been leading the race so far up to this point, so this really does need to be a good one to hold his own. Looks like we're ready to go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So first pocket going in there from Nathan McDonald. As I said, he leads the charts as we come into the springboard event with double points on it. Needs to hold that position and put in a good performance here. Comes up, second pocket to go in. First board looks good. Starting to come down a little bit at the back, but it won't matter too soon because he'll have that second board in and he'll be up on top of it. Just looking at that pocket, the last thing you want is a little bit of a chip left in the back of it because it'll stop the clip going in cleanly. Nathan puts the board in, gives it a little bit of a test. Up on top of it, he don't know if he's going to be overly happy, but he's going to have a go at it anyway. If he can dispatch that top block quickly, the droop in that board won't really matter. So Nathan McDonald well through, first scarf. Clearing out the wood, leaving as little work to do as possible when he gets to turn to the back. Cutting cleanly. Board's holding up. He's probably got a lot of extra weight and grip going on that rear foot as he comes down for his first of his strokes as he turns to the back. Oh, he's not happy. He's going to put a little bit more work on that far side just to make it a little bit easier. Probably cost a little bit of time, but there's certainly, you can see now that there's less to do. Puts in that stroke from the back. Really coming down absolutely dead straight from where the board's positioned. Possibly might have liked that pocket to be just slightly further round, because he's still going to have to come across to get that cut right at the very back corner. But he's getting there. Around it comes. Reaching around the block he is. Comes through. We can start to see it starting to move now. Some of the chips going away. It's not far away. And there it goes. Nathan McDonald, everyone. Making the most of a board that probably wasn't that much fun to stand on. Time to take a bit of a breath and a little bit of a break from a lot of effort put in, because it was pretty hard work getting through once he turned to the back to get that done. Put through those extra blows in from the front just to take a little bit more wood out to make that back corner a little bit easier. So David McDonald, Shane Jordan will be our next two contestants coming up here in the springboard competition. All part of the 2022 STIHL Timbersports National Championship. We've had an absolute fantastic day of competition here, starting with the Women's Championship first up this morning, then going to the Rookies, where we really need to gauge the depth of our athletes within the sport, and now we're into the big guns. The back end is three who have made the New Zealand Championship here competing, two that have been into the individual competition in Europe, which is where it all ends up for the World Trophy coming up in Vienna, Austria in May. So we're looking for someone to represent us based on the top times in those four disciplines that are used. And of course, the international, the big one, in November in Gothenburg in Sweden, where we have the World Championship itself. Okay, so just keeping an eye out. Both of our axemen look like they're ready. We're just checking the timekeepers and camera positions are right. And as soon as we get the nod from the match officials, we'll be underway with David McDonald and Shane Jordan.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, first pockets to go in. You know the score. You've been watching the last three heats. Shane Jordan, first board in. Gets up, tested. Oh, it's holding the weight beautifully. Nice straight board it is too as he addresses the second pocket. 2, 3, and 4. Little bit to clean out. Dave McDonald also up. First board starts as a second pocket, but at the moment, Shane Jordan holding the lead as he puts in the second board, gives a bit of a test. He's pretty happy with it, just puts it straight in and gets up. David McDonald now picking up his second board, putting it in, but at the moment, all Shane Jordan up there on top. 2.74 metres up above the ground. Everything's rocking, everything's rolling, but he's making a very nice, clean job of the block that's sitting on top. Cleans out the wood, puts in the first of his drivers from this side, takes the last of the wood. David McDonald starting his scarf, but he's got a little bit of work to make up if he's going to catch Shane Jordan as he turns to the back. In go those final strokes. He's done a fair bit of work on the front. It's not going to take very much to get this moving. Keep an eye on it, ladies and gentlemen. There it goes. Shane Jordan puts his time in, stops the clock. David McDonald still needing to get some points up. Needs to still put in a good time and put in the effort. It's a shame we haven't got a crowd here making the noise to keep these guys going, but here it is. Oh, we got a bit of noise coming in from behind us. So David McDonald just cleaning out the last wood coming into the drivers on his front scarf. Just making sure he's got enough wood out on that far side before he goes to reach. Just still shifting a little bit of the wood out of the centre. Takes a useful piece out of that far side. Makes the turn. So David McDonald turning to the back now, puts the first strokes in nice and in close. Has to work his way across that rear face, going across to the far side. We can see a little bit of movement. There's not a lot of wood holding it. If you can just keep the accuracy in. Here she goes. You can just see it to start to move. And there it is, David McDonald, everyone. So the last heat in the springboard, everything it's cracked up to be. Certainly one of the favourite events to watch. Not always the most favourite for the contestants, but we all enjoy it. There's just so many skills that are involved, from measuring where to put everything from your pockets to where you're going to mark the scarf on the top of the board, to the ability to get the boards to go in and actually hold your weight so you can balance on it. There's a very, very strong set of skills that are needed to be a good springboard competitor. And we've got 2 good cuts, so that's even better news. So they're all through, all nice and clean. So all we've got to do is have a look at some of those times. Then we can put those positions in. Now the rankings coming out of this, just to remind you, as Christina told you a little bit earlier, double points on this. So a good run in this could make a big difference to the leaderboard, but we're going to have to wait a little bit till we get a bit of construction of those aggregate figures to see where it stands before we get into the dragsters of the chainsaw world, the bespoke chainsaws. They are the hot saws, and they're coming your way very soon.
This is the hot saw? Yes. Sounds like a Harley Davidson backfire.
I know these boys will. I'll just give it a... Yeah. Thanks. No.
Remember that last year, Matt? Yeah. First started up and because they warned us. You're in the way.
Oh yeah, got in the way.
Hot was on stage one for the
misses those holes, they will bolt it down there to cut all the bolts out. They won't screw back into those holes. So you just move it slightly.
Well, it is heating up in temperature here in QMU, but also in competition because we have a tie at the top heading into the final discipline today. While we have Jason Wynyard and Nathan McDonald in a tie, but there is a time advantage for Jason. He has 24 seconds up his sleeve heading into this final event, and it is a doozy, so to speak, because it used to be a demo event for crowds, and now it is in competition because it was so popular. Can you talk us through it?
It is, and not only that, is there's actually triple points on this, and as we go in, we've said that Jason Wynyard there is sitting in that top position. This just happens to be his favourite event as well. But yes, you're absolutely right, Christine. It started off as a demonstration event that proved so popular it became part of the main event and is probably the most popular part of it. Because what we have here is a chainsaw. Well, it didn't start life as a chainsaw. Most of these start life as high-performance two-stroke motocross motorbike engines, or they start as commercial engines such as in a ski-mobile. Okay, so in this instance, the one we've got here, this is a 325cc Honda. I'll just say that again, 325cc. It's going to weigh about 30 kilos, which is considerably more than your average chainsaw. What's from the STIHL bag of parts that you can see on it? Hardly anything. This is basically a bespoke machine that a ski-mobile or a motorbike has given up its life for a better cause to be made into a racing chainsaw. No cooling system on it, everything has been fabricated, including the power takeoff to the bar and chain. Really, really cool piece of engineering, worth a lot of money, but they really have only one thing in life, and that is racing. And if they're really on form, 6 seconds or so, if it's really going well, can be a lot longer. Now, the really trick thing about these two is that as part of the competition, unlike the stock saw you saw earlier, the saw's not idling ready to go. They have to start the saw as part of the time. So the way we'll do it, and you'll see it, we'll get them to warm up the saws first, which actually takes longer than the actual event. Then we're racing. And so when we tell them to get going, they've got to start the saw, lift it, make 3 cuts out of a 19-inch 460mm log. It's really quite a performance.
Well, it's certainly something. I've certainly watched videos of it and seen it at the Rural Games as well. It is one to watch. And I tell you what, if you're in the QMU region watching this on the live stream, you might even hear it from home, so I hear their little rumour. But anyway, the athletes are ready. Let's kick it off.
Absolutely. Looks like a lot of fun. Actually, just one thing that was mentioned before, why we wouldn't take the rag off the bar. Now, not only are the saws really special, so's the chain. Now, STIHL makes a special racing chain. It's called a high tooth .404. It is only allowed to be purchased by guys in the top echelon of the sport. Still, New Zealand can't buy this stuff and stick it on the shelf. So you really have to almost have a license to be able to buy it. It is incredibly sharp. Incredibly sharp, which is why the blanket's staying on it, because the last time Shane said who owns a saw, someone took it off, they managed to nick themselves, and we don't want to see that on colour TV, do we?
We certainly don't. Well, don't blink or you might miss it, because this event is fast. Stay tuned.
These you wind them on, and so really you've got one chance to get the machine started. And usually that's all it'll take. Within the time period, they can rewind if something goes wrong. There's a bungee on the handle to make sure it stays within the log to keep it away from actually hitting anyone. Okay, so part one is a warm-up of the saw where they have 60 seconds to get it done. Then they can rewind the starter, getting ready for the race to start. So it's up to the competitor to keep a track of the time during this period to get the saw where he wants it as far as its running temperature. The judge is giving the call as to where he is on his time. So at the moment, Shane Jordan just rewinding on the starter.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And there you have it. That's how it works when everything goes well. So a good start, good pick up and snatch off the floor. First cut went down. He's well within inside the limit. So a very good start there for Shane Jordan in the hot saw. Remember, 3 times the points riding on this discipline. A little bit of ground to make up. He's pretty close. We've got the thumbs up. It's a good cut, which is always a great way to start the hot saw. Okay, time to do a little bit of a clean up on the stand. Some very big chips coming from that high tooth 404 racing chain made by STIHL. Made by STIHL for the top competitors in the world, and of course Shane Jordan is one of those, and we've got plenty more coming up this way. So our next contestant up in the hot saw competition will be David McDonald from Waiuku, just southwest of Auckland. Now his saw is not a Honda as we saw with Shane Jordan's. This is a Rotax. So we're talking a 257cc Rotax hot saw. So again, it's a bespoke machine that's been made out of what used to be a snowmobile. We've also got other engines used in the competition. Some have used KTM motocross engines. They're all sorts. The trick is to be able to fabricate that crankcase and power takeoff to run the bar and chain. There is a STIHL part on this. I can see the fuel tank is definitely a STIHL brush cutter part, but the rest of it is pretty much bespoke to that machine. So these guys are running the standard full chisel 404 chain. So the time to beat so far set by Shane Jordan in the first run through, and it was a nice clean run, it was 7.39 seconds. So let's have a look and see how David McDonald can run his. So again, he's running with a 257cc Rotax based machine. Probably started as a twin cylinder machine. So the other cylinder doesn't get used. They take one cylinder, fabricate the crankcase, build the power takeoff, put all the ancillaries on, and we have a racing saw. Okay, 60 seconds to warm up the saw. So there's the warm-up, saw's up to temperature. Now it's time for David to rewind on the starter cord, getting ready to race. Again, within the set time period, that 1 minute, 60 seconds he has to prepare. Once that's up, whether he's ready or not, the race will be started. Okay, so we just had the 30-second call come through from Matt Hura, who is our chief referee for today, chief judge. Last setting's been done by David McDonald.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, it's a good start. So David McDonald completes his 3 cuts. We'll go and check the disc now. You can see that is a big machine to handle. If you can imagine the amount of torque being transferred from the crankshaft in that machine to the operator, it is incredibly hard to pick up cleanly, keep it absolutely straight, even to make the first cut, let alone the second, which of course is cutting up from the bottom of the block. So a lot of skills needed to tame these big beasts. So we'll just wait for the call from the referees. And we've got thumbs up, cuts good. David McDonald manages to score a time for his run on the hot saw. So well done. I think anyone that can actually record a time in this has done a great thing. So he decouples the bungee cord on the starter handle, ready for the next person to come along and set up their saw. Now a little bit to pick up, as you can see, it's just not very light by the way David's carrying it. You're looking at about 30 kilos, give or take a few. Of course, with the machine running, when you pick it up, it does give it a life of its own. So our next contestant coming up is Jack Jordan, formerly of Taranaki, now domiciled in Taumarunui. Now his saw is a 325cc Honda-based machine, running high tooth .404 chain. Absolute labour of love building these machines. Don't expect too much change out of $10,000 before you really start fettling it either. So time just in for David McDonald at 17.2 seconds. So at the moment, Shane Jordan 7.39 rules the roost in the hot saw competition. So younger brother Jack coming up. Now remember, Jack is, until the end of today, maybe at the end of today, the current still Timbersports New Zealand champion. So he takes the rug off. There you can see it. We couldn't see it earlier on, but the teeth almost stick up outside of that bar like a cartoon. So as we've seen in the others, once the match referee signals Jack, he is available for 60 seconds to get that saw running up to temperature and reset for the start of the timing for the event. Triple points hanging on this. Jack Jordan will be needing this, sitting just off those top two spots, as the current New Zealand champion won't be wanting to give up that berth. Right. Well, there's no doubt that that saw is running very, very well. Didn't need too much time to put the run up on it. Must be up to good temperature. So as Jack Jordan just reaches down, puts on the starter handle, he'll be looking for the tether to make sure that it stays tied to the rig down there, that it can't fly off. Okay, 30-second warning just given there. Shane just doing, Jack rather, just doing his final adjustments to that saw. He'll be thinking through every half second of this cut in his mind as the way he wants to do it. First thing is to get the saw going, then the snatch, then the 3 cuts.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
There we have it. A successful hot saw so far. Saw started first time, which is always the big plus. 3 cookies cut off, but we have to have a look down to see whether we have gone a little bit too close to that limit. Okay, so our 2 match referees will step in a moment and have a look at the block and just make sure everything is done correctly. Certainly going to be a very close run thing on this side from that 3rd cut. Okay, so that's an unfortunate run there for Jack Jordan. As you heard from Matt Hera, match referee, he's just gone in a little bit too deep and gone past the limit for this event. So they have only 150 mils, 15 centimetres to make that cut. So they need to stay inside it, which is very hard when you've got that machine writhing in your hands to try and get it directed to make a straight cut. Okay, just straightening up the log, getting ready for our next contestant here in the last of our disciplines in the 2022 STIHL Timbersports National Championship. This is where it all happens. Very, very close points leading into this event outside the springboard, so it's going to depend on how well the hot saw goes for the final placings, and certainly the right to represent New Zealand in both the World Trophy and also the World Championship. So that's coming up for you very soon. We'll see who our next contestant is. And it looks like it's going to be Adam Lowe from Nelson. So Adam bringing up the saw to the stage as we do the last marks. We put on the limit stops there at that 150 mils. 15 centimetres of 460 mil log. So that's 19 inches in the old money. So Adam's just unwrapping his hot saw. Now this one is another one of the 257cc Rotax saw running still .404 chain. So the same process starts again. Do the fine tuning, make sure everything is attached with the bungee onto the starter. Then we have the opportunity for 60 seconds to warm the saw, get it up going, get the feel for it again, reset it, and get ready to go racing. So Adam Lowe just picks the saw up, just gets a little bit of a feeling for the placement in regard to the start of the cut. So he'll have that position exactly where he needs it. So he's just going to do the warm-up to start off with, and then she's the real deal. So he'll be looking to see where to position that saw when he resets it. So Adam Lowe resets the starter. See if we can get it going away this time. Okay, not so much time to reset it now. Okay, so there's still a little bit of time left here. So Adam Lowe rewinds the starter cord. We'll reposition, getting ready, because the next time it is the real deal. We're going to be racing. So all eyes on match referee Matt Hura, because he's the one who's watching the clock.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So it went that time. Don't get put off by the false starts during the warm-up. The saw started well, went well. First cut went very well. A little bit of hesitation on the second, which meant that it was a little bit off balance coming down the third, which has come down very close to the limit lines. Looks like it might get away with it on this side. Can't see on the other side where Laurie Honey is having a look. He's checking the cookies, make sure they're completely round, haven't cut away. And the cut is good. I tell you what, there was nothing left to spare as far as the limit goes, but he's managed to do it. Well done, Adam Lowe. So next up on stage will be Jason Wynyard. Now he puts hot saw down as being his favourite discipline out of all of them. Now his chainsaw is a Rotax based machine. 300cc, it's running that .404 high tooth chain. The special chain that only these athletes have access to. So we'll just take a little bit of time here to reset the log. Of course, the first contestants have destroyed the first one, so we need a new one. So that's what they're doing now. It'll be a big block of pine at 19 inches in diameter in the old money. So they're just lining it up now on the little hydraulic lift they have, and they'll just nail that into place so it can't move. Now this machine of Jason Wynyard's that we see down on the floor here, this 300cc Rotax, this did start life as a skidoo or a snowmobile. So it would have been a 600cc twin. So one cylinder's been taken off, part of the crankcase, and it's been made into a chainsaw. Special exhaust system. You won't see that on anything that you can find at your local STIHL shop, I can assure you. As you can see, the fabrication where all of those components have been welded together. Okay, hopefully we've got a good straight edge. There's no knots in the way. And of course these engines are actually only running for a short period of time, so they have no cooling system either, other than some vestigial fins on top of the head, but that's about it. An oil system. They run on a STIHL HP Ultra as far as the two-stroke oil they use. So the blanket comes off the guide bar and chain. Jason reaches over, positions everything where he wants it so he can do his test run. There's 60 seconds to start the machine, warm it up, get it to temperature, make sure he's happy with it, stop it. Redo the starter cord. Now he's going down, just marking the block for himself to get his target lines. So stand by. More action coming your way here in this last discipline of the day. Triple points riding on this. Make or break for many of the competitors. Wynyard sitting at the top of the tree as we came out of the springboard. So he just needs to do this well. And there we go. So we'll just wait for the referee to allow Jason to start his warm-up procedure. So the last adjustments are being done. Okay, going through the warm-up process. Now it's time to re-rig the machine. It's quite great from where I'm sitting. I can see the choke butterfly opening up, so every time it opens it up, the choke opens right up, letting all of that air get in to mix with the fuel to create a big bang. That is the combustion of the fuel in these big hot rod machines, the dragsters of the chainsaw world.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And that, as they say, is how it's done. Jason Wynyard, everyone. You see why this is his favourite discipline, his favourite machine. From someone that works on great machines all day, this is the greatest machine of them all. So last check's going in now. From our judges, what do they think? It's thumbs up. It's going to count. Okay, so there's not a lot separating them out of the springboard, so this is going to be quite important. So we've got one more to go. So Jason Wynyard pops the blanket back on the baby. I can see Nathan McDonald just coming to the stairs now with his machine. Now both these two were sitting neck and neck at the top. A time advantage overall to split them up with Jason Wynyard. So here is the opportunity. So Nathan McDonald stepping up to the log now with the 257cc Rotax powered hot saw, running still 404 chain. Now we just got a time back from a couple of the other heats. Now Adam Lowe put in 11.36. David McDonald was 17.2. We've already said Shane Jordan with a 7.39, which had been the quickest of the day, but on that last run, Jason Wynyard, everyone, 6.47 seconds. And I can tell you it's the right time of the day to be putting down a score like that. So Nathan McDonald just doing the final adjustments on his Rotax machine, just pushes over the tether there so that he can put that on the handle just to make sure nothing goes flying. Okay, well, a short run up. We're just wondering here whether that stopped itself or whether Nathan had hit the stop switch. He might be happy as it goes. The saw will be warm. He's still got 60 seconds to work on his preparation before he gets into the cut itself. He's putting the tether on. And we just heard the 30-second call just come through there from Matt Hura. So, Wynyard. McDonald, top of the tree as they came out of the springboard. Wynyard has really laid down the gauntlet with that very quick 6.49 seconds. All on Nathan McDonald to come back and see whether he can rescue the top spot.
and to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, opportunity here. We've got the time. Redo it. Sometimes you get to this, you just want to make sure you get it started, make a good cut. And an excellent recovery there from Nathan McDonald. It's no fun when they don't start the first time. We've seen it in the highest levels of competition, including in the World Championships. So we'll just check. Looks like the line looks pretty good to me, Laurie. Don't know what it looks like on your side. So yeah, good recovery. Took his time, kept his head, rewound it, made sure he made good cuts to record a time because they are important. And there for Nathan McDonald, the cut is good, the time will stand. Looks like that's all that's left is to aggregate all the scores and get that podium out and see where we stand for the 2022 STIHL Timbersports National Championship. Okay, we're getting pretty close now to getting into the money end of this division for this 2022 STIHL Timbersports National Championship. And of course, the title winner of this gets the opportunity to go and represent New Zealand in Sweden later in the year in November. And also we'll look through the individual discipline times to choose who will do the World Trophy as well, which will be in May. We've already found our winner, Cleveland Cherry, in the rookies. Stand by, we'll get the scores collated and we'll be able to get the guys up on the podium to see who is our 2022 STIHL Timbersports National Champion. So stand by, not long to go. Always a little bit of collating those numbers to make sure they're absolutely right.
get the get this done, the interview done. 4 or 5. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have the scores in, so some of us know what the results are, but the competitors don't. So we'll have them out shortly, and we will get underway with our prize-giving ceremony for the STIHL Timbersports National Championship 2022. Looks like the weather gods have been very favourable to us. The weather has been beautifully fine. It's been threatening a little bit of rain all day, and of course with those high-quality Tuatahi axes and saws, we don't want rain getting anywhere near quality high carbon steel, so it has stayed away for us. As Christina had said earlier on, we're very fortunate to be able to run an event in the current situation the country finds itself in. It's a shame that we can't have the crowds that we would normally expect at this event, but hey, we've got everyone who's tuned in on the live stream, been following on stuff, and stand by because they're putting together the package for Sky Television. So if you want to see it a little bit more condensed, just stand by, keep an eye on your Sky Guide. I'm sure they'll do a little bit of promotion to let you know when it's coming. But it's all great stuff. An event that really probably deserves a lot more coverage in New Zealand than it gets, considering just how successful for the country it has been. Really good to know that we can actually get overseas at this stage and actually get our athletes back, so that it puts the international competitions back on our radar. So as we look over the last few years, there's no doubt that in the international competitions that the Australians have been our main competitor. They're not anywhere close to us on individual titles. Mr. Wynyard tends to hold that position, and he's a long way away from anyone else. But they've been very good at getting the World Trophy. They've also been very good at getting the individuals. But last year was a little bit of an anomaly. It came as a little bit of a surprise to some of us that they did run the World Championship for STIHL Timbersports in 2021 in Europe. The only thing is they ran it with only the Northern Hemisphere, which is not a bad thing in itself, because those competitors are starting to really come up from Canada and the United States. And also, who is now the late, great Martin Cormack, who also made his way onto the podium. But there were no Australians and there were no New Zealanders in that championship, which is a bit of a shame, because I think if we look at the scoreboard, it's full of New Zealand and Australia. But it's good to see those Northern Hemisphere countries improving and coming up. Okay, so very soon we'll get the pieces of equipment put away and get some athletes out here on the stage. It's great to have STIHL's sponsorship for this event, not only in New Zealand, of course, but right around the world. And if you like the look of it, you can actually go online onto the STIHL Shop website, and there's lots of STIHL Timbersports merchandise and clothing and all sorts of things. Certainly going to look good if you go out, because chances are not too many will have the STIHL Timbersports logo on their gear, but it's a really cool brand to have. Certainly in the Northern Hemisphere, they love this sport to bits. Real pioneering stuff, particularly the United States and Canada. So yeah, get onto that STIHL Shop website. You can not only buy that STIHL Timbersports merchandise, there's plenty of other stuff on there. You can even go and buy your chainsaws, brush cutters, hedge trimmers, combi sets, battery systems, whichever you like, all available to you online. You can have it delivered directly to your home in most cases, and if not, you can have it to pick up from your local STIHL shop. Okay, getting closer. Hopefully going to muster up some competitors. Okay, so they saunter out. Willie McDonald, David McDonald, Adam Lowe, Nathan McDonald, Jack Jordan, Shane Jordan. We're still missing someone. There is Jason Wynyard. Okay, it's our pleasure to do the prize giving here for the 2022 STIHL Timbersports National Championship. This is the pinnacle of this sport in New Zealand and gives the opportunity to represent New Zealand on the world stage. So, we have 3 positions to call out. In third position, from Auckland, Waiuku, Nathan McDonald. So Nathan with a total score of 62. Okay, and of course we get through the prizes. We get to second position. It is from Taranaki. It is Shane Jordan. So Shane with a total score through the day of 68 points. Right, what have we got in hand? We've got some wonderful trophies, both in silver and in fine woods, and we have from Tuatahi Racing Axes and Saws a brand new full competition axe and some bubbly. So who are we going to call to the number 1 position? It's my pleasure to introduce you to our national champion for 2022. It is Jason Wynyard. There we have it. All of the trappings of the championship. There are your top contenders for 2022. Well, the comment was made that they should just drink it, but unfortunately I think Adam Lowe's managed to get hold of the bubbly, and he's going to have to move very quickly as our Mr. Wynyard, and that is a very deserving soaking if I have ever seen it. So stand by, not all over yet. We're going to do a few interviews, so you want to make sure you stay tuned for those, and a little bit of a wrap of today's competition. So don't go far, stay online, and as I say, keep an eye out for that coverage coming on Sky Sport in a short while. We make sure that all of your local STIHL dealerships will make you well aware of when it's going to occur.
Well, I'm here with none other than Jason Wynyard, our national men's champion. You're no stranger to titles. Okay, we're good.
Ready, Wayne?
Down here at QMU Showgrounds, it sounds like it's working. That's great. Well, we have crowned our national men's champion, Jason Wynyard. You're no stranger to titles, but this one must feel pretty special. It's been a little while in New Zealand.
Yeah, it has. It's actually my first New Zealand STIHL Timbersports title, so really proud to be able to pull that off today. It's a credit to the competitors, how they chopped and sawed today, and I was really happy to be able to bring it home on the hot saw in the end.
After a couple of years of injuries and not being able to compete as often, does that hold a little bit of extra weight now that you're back and you know you're going to the World Champs too?
It's pretty cool, actually. I had this goal to try and qualify for the World Champs for some time now, since hip replacement and stem cell treatment, and it's pretty cool to take that next step and qualify. But I realise that there's a lot of work ahead of me if I want to be competitive on the world level. So a bit of a wake-up call, and really happy to be able to win this. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't easy at all by any means, and really proud to be able to take it out.
Well, you've got plenty of time. You've got until October, which is fantastic. But you must be happy with the consistency you showed today in particular?
Oh, I did a lot of things wrong, and a lot of things that I should, I've been at the sport for a long time, and when I make mistakes like that, it's quite frustrating because I shouldn't be making the mistakes I did today. And I want to mention a good friend of mine that passed away on Thursday, and I thought about him every time I got up on stage to compete, and he actually passed in a tree accident, and I just really, every time I stepped out, it was thinking about Martin, and I really like to dedicate this win to him, and just wish all of his family all the best.
Very nice. As we said earlier, Martin was a consistent champion here in New Zealand, and I guess there are a lot of competitors on the world stage that you'll be coming up against, the likes of Martin, that absolutely put it down. But I know that you also quite like even numbers, so I hear, with your US championships, and there's 10 potentially in October. Do you give much thought to that?
Yeah, it's been a dream of mine to win another world championship, and at least I'm in contention to be able to have a shot at that. The journey's been a tough one, and today was really tough, and I didn't think I'd struggle that much, but I really did struggle today. It's just good that I was consistent in the sort of the 3 later events, and my fitness actually showed through in the later disciplines. So yeah, it's just a really sad time thinking about Martin Cormack and the loss that his family is facing right now. Just really feel for them. He's a guy that was loved all over the world, and he's really going to be sadly missed. And so that was a struggle for me to get through today. But really happy to win, and move on to the next step and start prepping for the World Championship now.
Well said. Well, good on you, Jason. We can't wait to see you in action at the World Championships. And thanks very much.
Can I just say thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to Tuatahi Axes for the wonderful axe. Thanks to STIHL New Zealand for putting up a fantastic event here at QMU. It's been a pleasure to get back on the stage. And when you've been through what I've been through, you don't take any day for granted. So I'm really pleased that I can get back and swing the axe. And I'm looking forward to this World Championship. I'm going to get in the best shape I can for it. So thanks to everyone for the support.
Every top athlete has a massive support network around them, don't they? Like, it's even your family as well. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
I really would. Been going through some upheavals, and I'd really like to say a big thank you to Sharon, my loving partner. She's been really supportive through this, and helped me to come back from what I've been through and get the best out of myself. So thanks, Sharon.
Good on you, Jason. It was a pleasure to watch you today, and all the best with your journey to the World Championships.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Well, everyone watching on the live stream, it has been one day, and it has been an absolute stunner of a day for so many athletes here, showing that there is so much depth in timber sports. And it's been a pleasure for us to bring it to you, the STIHL Timbersports National Championships here in QMU. And keep an eye out, because there's plenty more happening in the year. And you'll even see Jason back in action at the World Championships, so stay tuned for all of that.